Howdy, y'all. VGT Live is a space for discussing morality, critiquing the enemies of natural law, and supporting its proponents. Always encouraging them, our friends, and ourselves to do less harm through continued use of shadow work. Acknowledging that morality exists is like doing the first of the 12 steps of Alcoholics Anonymous. It's an arduous, unending journey of self-reflection and internal work to fix how you think and react to the world around you. Satanism is not what they taught us on TV. It's not just people who worship the devil or who play in death metal bands. It's how most people are today, living an eternally selfish lifestyle, ignorant of the rules of natural law. This is the reason we are where we are today. An activist who doesn't practice their own principles to the fullest is an activist of nothing. Strict personal adherence to and the passing along of these principles is integral to bringing back balance to our sick and immoral society. As always, this show is open and live, giving anyone the ability to come up and speak or defend themselves. Please do not kill the messenger. Do not focus on me or anyone else on the show too much, as humans are fallible, but natural law is not. The truth is the truth, no matter who is delivering the message. A lot of things on the show may trigger you, but don't forget, getting offended is for bitches. How's it going, y'all?
Good. You?
Cool. I think we're just going to go right into this.
Doing good.
Looking around and asking, how could this have been allowed to happen? But here's the hard truth about this. Peanut and Fred aren't the first and certainly won't be the last animals to suffer and die due to government intervention. By now, you've probably heard the story about Peanut the squirrel and Fred the raccoon, two rescued animals that were loved and cared for, with an amazing story of rescue, rehabilitation, and love and affection, dramatically torn away from the people who saved them and killed. The outrage has been massive, with big celebrities speaking out, including Elon Musk, who has tweeted multiple times about this incident, and popular podcaster Lex Fridman also commenting on the situation with a kind message. Elon Musk has mostly been calling out the government overreach here and asking the question as to why is the government putting resources into taking away animals that are loved and cared for and killing them when there are so many other important things to be thinking about. And anyway, how could the government ever be in a position to do this in the first place? But there's something deeper to this, and it's something I haven't seen anyone talking about yet. I'm going to talk about us as a society, as a people, the laws we live by, and the animals we care for. Let me just catch you up to speed if you don't know exactly what happened. Peanut is a squirrel who was rescued by these animal sanctuary owners. He amassed over 500,000 followers on Instagram because, well, he was really damn cute. People from all over the world loved his story and his playfulness, and they followed the relationship that he had with these people. And then there was Fred the raccoon, also rescued by these same people, who was also just as playful, just as loving, and just as interesting to watch on social media. But then some people on the internet didn't like that, so they filed complaints. It seems that some people didn't believe that Fred and Peanut should have been kept there and inside, probably citing that they're wild animals and so need to be out in the wild, which would be a fair thing to say if they weren't rescued animals that most likely couldn't go back out into the wild at this point. And this is where the government authorities stepped in. They came in to seize the animals, citing reasons of public health, claiming that they may have had rabies. And so they took Peanut and Fred and killed both of them so they could test for rabies. Their caretakers couldn't do anything about it. There was no way of stopping the government from killing these two animals. This is just the way it was. Just a completely disgusting abuse of power by the government. The reaction from the public was immediate. People were extremely upset about this, and they still are. It's ongoing right now. The outrage seems to be growing every hour. Loads of massive social media accounts, including, as we already said, Elon Musk and Lex Fridman, but also massive conservative accounts like PragerU, the Hodge twins, even Donald Trump Jr. is talking about this. And most of the conservatives are criticizing the Democrat-run government in New York for doing this. We're not going to dive too far into that because we're not here to get political. I'm just telling you that this issue is being covered by some voices that you wouldn't have expected to talk about a squirrel. Regardless of where you land politically, one thing is clear. Everyone is looking around and asking, how could this have been allowed to happen? But here's the hard truth about this. Peanut and Fred aren't the first and certainly won't be the last animals to suffer and die due to government intervention. Consider the story of Tracy Murphy, a passionate animal rescuer. One day she found 2 cows had wandered onto her farm, so she took them in and gave them care. Shortly after, a local rancher claimed the cows were his, but had no proof they were his because they didn't have any ear tags. And so legal proceedings started to figure out how to handle this situation. But the rancher was an ex-police officer, so while the legal proceedings were beginning, he just went and spoke to a couple of his friends in the police, got them to arrest Tracy. While she was in custody, his friends in the police went to her sanctuary, took the cows, gave them to him, and then he killed them. That is disgraceful, but it doesn't stop there. Him and his friends then tried to charge Tracy with theft, and she was facing up to 2 years in prison. Just recently, a judge threw the case out, declaring Tracy as innocent, but it was too late. The animals had already been killed, victims of a system without hesitation and without mercy. This kind of government corruption and overreach isn't just limited to the USA. Just last year, over in Italy, police stormed a sanctuary and killed 10 rescued pigs right there in the sanctuary, citing fears of disease, even though these animals had been living there safe, protected, and healthy for years. Whether it's a squirrel, a raccoon, a cow, or a pig, this isn't just about the isolated cases. It's about a pattern where animals are treated as disposable, as property to be controlled, taken, or destroyed. Here's where we need to ask ourselves a tough question. In our society, we say we love animals. We cheer for rescues like Peanut and Fred. We follow their stories online. Many people even send money to help with the costs of giving them the treatment they need and the care they need. Peanut and Fred's situation sparked a massive backlash. People have been able to find every government official who was involved in this. They've all had to shut down their social media because of the abuse they were receiving. They've even managed to find allegedly the person who made the complaints that led to the killing of Peanut and Fred, and she's also had to shut down her accounts. I don't know if she actually made the complaint, by the way. Don't take my word for it, but these are the rumors going around right now, and you can see how quickly people mobilize when they're faced with animal cruelty and violence like this. We have this incredible fire in our hearts to protect animals, but this isn't just about our emotions. There is a conflict that we're living with every day. Peanut and Fred didn't just matter because they were famous. They mattered because they were individuals with feelings and personalities. Just like the hundreds of thousands of chickens, pigs, cows, and other animals we're killing every single day. We want to protect animals. We want to treat them with care and respect. But at the same time, our culture and our laws tell us that animals are property to be used, killed, and eaten if we wish to. Actually, the vast majority of animals in our society are used for exactly that. We breed and kill chickens, pigs, cows, and other animals in the billions as property to be used and killed for whatever we want to do with them, whether it be for clothing or for our food or for our entertainment. They have absolutely no legal rights to stop people from killing them if they want to kill them. Peanut the squirrel and Fred the raccoon were no different to those animals in the eyes of the law. We've created a system where animals can be taken and killed with little more thought than you'd give to a broken object like a chair or a table. If we accept that there are legal rights to do horrible things to animals, whether it's in farms, slaughterhouses, or animal testing labs, it shouldn't surprise us when the government does horrible things to animals, like in the case of Peanut and Fred. I think we should use this moment as an opportunity to reassess our relationships with animals on a wider scale and protect animals from the laws that don't see their lives as valuable. And this is something you can achieve with how you live personally, as well as what you demand politically. Personally, I'm a vegan because I want to try and make a better world for animals. And that, I think, is the great way to begin your journey in trying to create this better world for them. If you believe animals deserve better, join the conversation, share this message, speak up, and help us create a world where animals have more value and aren't treated just as property to be used and discarded. This isn't just about Peanut and Fred, it's about every animal we share the planet with. And if you want to help me with my vegan and
So my spidey senses right off the bat, my inner conspiracy head smells psyop, smells deep fake when I see these videos. And then all the examples, at least David used for people talking about it, are all people that would push a psyop. But I'm gonna lay that to rest and just say I'm gonna look at this as if it's real. And I'm not surprised. You know, it's not like this is so ridiculous. All of a sudden, everyone's vegan, acting vegan, basically. Like everyone cares about these two animals. Since now that government did something bad to get to the animals, now everyone's gonna be all, oh, you know, like when any other day of the week, you know, trillions and trillions of animals are killed every year unnecessarily out of tradition for food, and no one gives a shit. And so all of a sudden, you know, these people would probably run over a squirrel or a raccoon on the street and not think twice about it. But since government did it this time, now everyone's all high and mighty, criticizing the government and using an animal to their, you know, as their to use them how to use the word in their agenda. You know, using the animals finally. Swearing like they're a good person or something.
On the eve of a presidential election.
Of course. Yeah. And, you know, everyone's already talking about, oh, did this squirrel change the whole direction of the presidency? So it's like everybody's waiting to see what Trump's going to say about the squirrel now. And it's all just like such a BS. It's all a reality TV show to get us think in certain ways. And normally, of course, you know, something like this, I would be welcoming of it, but it just smells like a psyop to me. I'm not sure exactly what is going to be accomplished, because I don't think like anyone really cares that the animal was killed. Really, they're just seeing an excuse to talk shit about the government, more outward pointing nonsense. You know, these, like I said, these same people would run over a squirrel and probably not think anything of it.
Yeah, everybody's acting like us whiny vegans now.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, what is the squirrel thing going on right now? Everyone's talking about squirrels. Everybody's tagging me in this stuff, and I'm like, oh boy, what's it going to be? And then I see the video, and it just, both the animals look completely computer generated to me. They look like what's this? What did I ask you? What's his name?
CGI.
No.
Snowden.
Snowden. They're Snowden. It's a Snowden squirrel. Snowden squirrel. But yeah, I don't know.
I think it's obviously politicized. So
yeah,
the Republicans / conservatives like, oh, look at these Democrats. They're killing the squirrels. They're killing these American squirrels. These Americans just trying to be good citizens and raise these squirrels. But I don't know. It's like you said, I think it's just like if it's not a completely manufactured event, it is used and utilized to be, you know, to divide and to get people to talk about stupid shit on Facebook rather than anything important or to teach anything. Yes, yeah, essentially.
Just like Huck to a girl.
But
The distraction ball.
Harambe. Yep.
Yeah.
Or even, you guys remember that that whole like bear versus like woman, you know, like
yeah, no, same kind of thing. Yeah, totally same kind of thing.
Yeah, it's
just
like
take
it's like
something someone said and blow it up, because the CIA has people.
Oh yeah, they know all about
all the time, and they're like, "Ooh, this is the one we're gonna blow up because it's going to divide people. It's pointless. It's not going to go anywhere. It's all dead end." Oh, you hear us?
You're starting to cut
Sounds out.
Fuzzy. There we go.
Oh, okay.
Better now.
Let me take some things off the internet. Are you off? Yeah. Yeah. So it's a little bit goofy.
Yeah, the bear situation earlier this year was actually like a just looking back, it seems like it was a test to see like how outraged or like how talkative they could get the internet before they dropped the whole peanut story.
I mean, the waters.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and they're always testing stuff out, just like they tested MySpace on us, to see if we'd get on a social media site. And then they got us all trusting of the social media site. And then they moved us on to Facebook, which is a full-on CIA hot op. And, we could obviously see by, going to my Facebook page, if I post a vegan meme, I get 200, 300 comments these days. If I post anything else, anything positive, anything about natural law, anything like that, crickets. Facebook is made to start conflicts and get people arguing, which is what the powers that be want. They want us all arguing, because if we're arguing with our neighbors, then we're going to be willing to pay taxes to a government to protect us from those neighbors. When really, we probably totally get along with our neighbors, and the powers that be are just kind of manipulating or manufacturing things for us to get upset about, and ignore major things going on. So right now, with all this squirrel stuff, I would dive deep into news stations from other countries and stuff, and see what our government is distracting us from right now. I mean, outside of the normal, we're still at war somehow, and sending billions overseas for political reasons, lots of stuff. But this is I don't know. I didn't think anything of it until I saw the video and I saw the animals, and they're just a little too perfect and cute, if you know what I mean. They're like all the actions are a little bit too cute. And then I saw the interview. He was showing the guy and the girl, she's crying, and he's all really mad, like yelling at the camera. And it's like, this smells like crisis actors to me. This smells like Snowden shit, but that's just me. I'm kind of I'm very critical of stuff like that. Snowden squirrels. Snowden rake.
Interesting point. I'll say that much. That's something I hadn't considered.
Do you know what rakes are?
Me neither. Me neither. And I watched that interview when it happened. So yeah.
Alicia, do you know what rakins are?
No, should I?
Okay, no. Trailer Park Boys joke.
Okay.
It's a good one.
Canadian.
Oh,
it is a Canadian show.
I
yeah.
didn't watch it though. Yeah.
Oh, it's worth a watch if you want to put your brain into kind of like if you want to get away from the political, all the vegan stuff and natural law for a little bit. Definitely watch the first couple seasons of Trailer Park Boys. It's pretty funny. Unfortunately, it's very funny stuff. She hadn't seen it, and I played it for her, and she was shocked that she had never seen it before, because it's pretty funny. The later stuff got a little bad, but
they ran out of ideas.
The whole, I think so. Yeah, basically. But actually, my friend Kyle works for them to this day. But anyway, so what's up, Bracky?
Not much. I've just been pretty busy lately, but organizing a bunch of stuff. I got a project I'm working on right now. Have not had time to organize even half of what I've been trying to do. But I got some kombucha that might be coming up. What's that?
I bet. Have you made? Oh yeah, we're vegan. We don't eat honey. I was gonna ask you if you make June yet, but.
Oh, I'm trying to make a vegan version of honey that's based off of like an apple juice, because I got a juicer for really cheap online, and so I was gonna take that and make a reduction with some sugar, and apparently it makes a really good. You mix it with chamomile too. Makes a really good vegan honey.
Ooh, damn!
Yeah, curious to try that with some.
That sounds really good.
Make June, like you said.
So you saw it too, Race Lever? Could you tell? What?
Oh, he's in on it. He knows. He knows what's going on. Race
Lever saw that it was obviously they were cartoons.
Yeah.
Braxton's AI voice. No, we've met Braxton. We haven't met you. You're the bot, Race Lever. You're too funny. You're too accurate on your jokes.
Yeah.
it's just too much. It's got to be an AI bot. Anyway,
What is the base of that vegan honey you said?
So you basically use like you can actually chop up or blend apples, but you just make a reduction out of it. You cook it down with some sugar and maybe add a little bit of water. I don't remember exactly, but chamomile, I guess, gives it that kind of like polleny, flowery taste. So it's supposed to be, yeah, it's supposed to be like a really true to the honey flavor, but like still healthy, alternative.
Cool. Sorry to go back on that. Inquiring minds wanted to know.
That's all right. I've been getting really curious about like fermentation and a bunch of stuff lately.
I just sent John Bob a bunch of stuff tonight. I'll send it to you if you
Where is
want.
John Bob, by the way?
I don't know. Maybe he fell asleep. Remember, he's on the water detox, right? We're day 8, so he could have fallen asleep. It is possible.
John Balls doesn't need sleep. He's a perfect male specimen.
Yeah, I'll send you some stuff.
We
were just talking about that tonight.
The world has already been in world government for the last 100 years or so. Has been long considered. Yeah, I mean, I would say more than 100 years.
Yeah.
They've been organized enough to do several resets. I don't know if it's the same people doing resets, but I think it was the early 1800s was the last reset. So they would have had, I'd imagine it's the same world government we have now. I think they'd be allowing a little bit longer. As a defender of B12, and he's hiding from the high. Yeah. That's what's going on. Sleep needs John. Yeah, you're right. For sure. Anyway, this video looks pretty awesome. We started it but didn't finish it. This lady's pretty funny. She's the one who did the soy milk, the little skit doing the soy milk thing.
Natalie.
Yeah. Natalie Fulton. Definitely subscribe to her YouTube. She's very active in vegan politics and activism. She's I don't know if it's been voted on already, but she put through 2 ballot initiatives in Denver to get rid of the factory farming and growing animals for the purpose of fur. And so this was a interview she did with a libertarian talk show host. I think this is a big L libertarian, like Libertarian Party libertarian, which is not the kind of libertarian I know as libertarian, but we'll see. Here we go.
This is an interview I recently did for a libertarian podcast called The Ross Kaminsky Show. I'm talking mostly about our ballot measures, but sneak in quite a bit of animal rights content as well. Overall, I'm really happy with how it went. Some vegans may not like this interview because I don't advocate for individual change at all. That is not pro-animal futures messaging, and I was there representing them. I think as animal advocates, it's important for us to know the audience that we're speaking to and to try to connect with them in different ways. I'm going to give a little debrief at the end of the video, but I hope that you enjoy it.
You may recall a few weeks ago, I guess it was, I had a guest on from Colorado State University talking about a study that she did regarding the potential economic impacts if a particular ballot measure in Denver were to pass that would ban animal processing facilities, aka slaughterhouses, in Denver. So we talked about that. And Natalie, who is social media lead at Pro Animal Future, which is the organization backing the ballot measure, say, hey, I'd like to join you too and give our side, and said, sure, come on in. And so here we are. So first of all, welcome, and just get close to the mic or pull it close to you. It's very adjustable, so you don't have to lean over too much. And so again, welcome to KOA. And why don't we start with what is the mission of Pro Animal Future, and then we'll get into the ballot measure.
Absolutely. Yeah. First of all, thank you so much for having me on. I really appreciate it. I know that in the episode with Jennifer Martin, you said you were 1 billion% against this ballot measure. So I'd like to get you down to maybe, 861 million or so.
All right.
So yeah, I'm really happy to be on here. And yeah, I want to start by talking about why we're running these ballot measures in the first place and what our mission is. So we live in the United States, which is supposedly the land of the free, but every year over 10 billion animals are confined and slaughtered. Their freedom is taken from them. They're separated from their friends and family. And when we're kids, we're taught that some animals matter morally: dogs, cats, guinea pigs. We love them. We welcome them into our families. And we're also taught that other animals, cows, pigs, chickens, sheep, are there for us to use how we please. We can eat them. We can wear them. We can eat them. We can wear them.
Yeah.
We can do whatever we want with them.
Right.
Over the last few decades, the scientific literature on animal sentience has confirmed that the animals we treat as objects are just as emotionally complex as the animals that we love. Pigs and dogs are the same in their ability to feel pain and suffer, yet we treat them completely differently based on justifications of tradition, culture, and history. We know that many meat eaters are deeply uncomfortable with this industrialized slaughterhouse system and factory farming, but they feel powerless to do anything about it. So this measure seeks to spark a gradual evolution away from using animals as resources, starting at the local level here in Denver.
Okay, so we'll go back and forth, and when you say stuff I want to follow up on, we'll follow up on it. So there's two particular ballot measures. We're probably mostly going to talk about one. One is to ban fur, and then we're going to focus on the slaughterhouse one. But sticking with your mission for a second, so is this, do you perceive this, if it succeeds, as an incremental step towards a bigger effort to try to get Denverites and Coloradans and everybody to eat less meat and wear less leather and use animals, kill fewer animals for whatever purpose?
We do not want to tell anyone what to do. We don't want to tell anyone what to eat, but this measure is a way to evolve society at the systemic level away from using animals, calling on restaurants, corporations, legislation, because we feel that the burden of choice shouldn't be on the consumer. So that's why we're not focusing on that. But the world we would want to see would have less animal slaughter and less reliance on using animals as resources. Absolutely.
Okay, I was super clever wording right there. You said we don't think the burden of choice should be on the consumer, which means you don't think consumers should have a choice.
Absolutely not. It's not that I don't think consumers should have a choice, but what I am saying is that in this realm, in our current food system, consumers already don't have a choice. And that's because animal agriculture is heavily subsidized.
So what choice are you saying there should be then? Because they have a choice between meat and Beyond Meat.
Yeah.
Or meat and Impossible Burger, meat and being vegetarian. So they have it. So are you suggesting there should be some other choice?
No, what I'm saying is that, like, yes, you're right. Consumers have a choice, but that choice doesn't have the effect that they would ideally want it to have. For example, if you don't consume any animal products, your tax money is still going to fund animal agriculture, whether you like it or not. So if we didn't have any subsidies for animal products in the US, they would cost 2 to 4 times more than they currently do. So a Big Mac, instead of being $5, would be $13. And we know that price has an outsized
in a free
impact
market, that's
on consumer choices
without government subsidy.
So the government is already very involved, is what I'm saying.
Right. And I don't know if that's true, what the effect of subsidies is on beef pricing.
Oh, yeah, it is true.
Intrusions by the...
This is one of the most fun things ever for me, is calling out libertarians on being carnists because they don't want to talk about the subsidies. They don't know about it. But when I bring it up, they don't want to talk about it because meat and dairy is the most subsidized food we have access to. The subsidies that go towards plant ag are mainly for feedstock for those animals and aren't a fraction of what's actually put into the meat and dairy industry. If the subsidies went away, steak would be $200 a pound, and the market would regulate, the free market would naturally regulate the consumption of meat because it costs so much money to grow an animal, to slaughter it and cut it and dole it out to a bunch of people. It costs so much time, water, food, medicine, vet checks, space. your actual time and expertise, there's a massive amount of energy around producing meat at a caloric deficit. We put billions of calories, millions of calories into these cows just to get hundreds of thousands of calories out of them. We lose a huge amount of calories to these cows peeing and shitting and sweating and all this stuff. These calories could be going towards lowering food costs for people who actually need food. The repercussions of the meat and dairy industry going away would be huge for animals, the people, the world. All kinds of stuff would get better, and it would be more free market. Government is monopolizing the food industry by subsidizing it. They are paying for a tradition to continue going simply because it's been a tradition in this company, and we got to keep those slaughterhouses open because those guys can't lose their jobs. So it's all really strange. But I love how carnists just assume our diet. Oh, you just eat Beyond Burger all day. That's all you eat. Like, what, dude? Like, come on, come up with something better than that. Jeez.
The federal government into agriculture, and actually I'm against all of them, but I don't know if your particular numbers are correct there.
So you're
but all right, I don't want to run out of time. Let's keep
subsidies that go towards making it affordable to eat meat. So you're actually agreeing. This is where the libertarian angle, really, these carnist libertarians, this will always be a major soft spot in their armor. Because these dudes you would not be able to eat meat 3 times a day unless you were royalty or something. You had a lot of money, and that's how it used to be. Historically, it was the kings that ate meat all day. It was the peasants that ate, wheat and beans and stuff like that. So it's all pretty funny how these guys like cherry picking. And and this guy's her bringing up the subsidies puts this guy's balls on the fires because he is a libertarian and he has a libertarian talk show. He's that big, so it's pretty funny. He's all I don't want to talk about I don't know anything about these subsidies. Yeah, right. You don't know about these subsidies. As libertarians, we pride ourselves about knowing about economics and subsidies and all that other stuff. So it's pretty funny.
Keep going. So what is this proposed? What does this ballot measure say? What did it do?
Sure. So it says that we will close slaughterhouses in Denver and also prioritize the affected employees to get them different jobs.
So who's going to, what does that mean to prioritize? So right now there's, I think, 160 employees and it's an employee-owned business.
Doesn't seem too hard to do either.
So you're not only putting them out of work, but also killing all the equity that they've earned in this successful business that I will note processes something like 20% of all the lamb in the United States.
Sure. So as far as the employee ownership, only a small percentage of those employees actually own part of the company. We're not sure exactly the numbers, but when we interviewed someone who used to work there, he said that almost no one lasts long enough to get those benefits. Slaughterhouses have between 80 to 100% turnover rate every year, which means that a lot of people who work there now wouldn't even be there by the time the plant closes. But these are not good jobs we're talking about. Slaughterhouse workers have higher rates of PTSD, depression, and substance abuse. So we have different organizations. There's not only Denver's Employment Assistance Program, but also Brave New Life Project, which has been helping slaughterhouse workers transition away for years. And I think I invite anyone listening to ask themselves if they would want to kill animals all day.
Well, I probably wouldn't, but isn't it a little bit elitist or condescending for you to say these are bad jobs and therefore you shouldn't be allowed to have it?
I don't see it as elitist. I see it as pro-worker because a lot of people who work in these jobs don't necessarily want to be there. They feel as if they might not have other options, even though they do. They could do construction or different types of jobs The research shows that they have high rates of depression, PTSD. I think that if we can avoid putting people into situations where they're going to experience.
It's not actually PTSD. It's called PITS, perpetrator induced traumatic syndrome. It's mental a mental health problem you get from being a perpetrator of something you know is wrong. It's the same thing they get in the military when they kill people. They try and call it something else. What were we talking about the other day?
I don't remember.
How they were they talking about how it was like they got it from it's like the military tries to hide and call it traumatic, PTSD. Oh, I got it from the explosions, or like getting blown up. But it's like, no, you get it from killing people. You get it from killing people. Deep down inside, whatever political beliefs you have, killing's wrong. And doing it hurts you. That's why we watch these videos. The video that we watched the other night, the kid shooting the deer, the immediate reaction, the kid dropped the gun and started crying, and said he feels bad. This is something that if you ignore, that's you're re-traumatizing yourself over and over and over again. And we all have seen the studies. Whenever a slaughterhouse gets started, crime in that area goes up. It skyrockets, especially SAs and DVs, domestic violence. That stuff all skyrockets when these things come around because the people go into these places, good people possibly, and they leave bad people, unfortunately.
And with karma.
Yeah. Oh my good Lord. Everybody else's karma. That's the thing. These carnists in one great work that are like, oh, it's okay that I eat meat. No, you are causing trauma to humans that are taking on your karmic inventory for you. So you are hurting humans. Yeah. Okay. If you don't give a shit about animals, that's fine. But you are responsible for the karmic inventory of these people, these humans that have to work in these hell holes.
Mm-hmm. And like we saw,
hell on earth, hell on earth exists in two places: in war and factory farms. Mm-hmm. Like that's why we get such bad PITS and PTSD from warriors and factory farm workers. Like they kill themselves all the time. It's not something we're supposed to be doing, obviously. So how these guys think it's our natural diet simply cracks me up. It really, really, really cracks me up. Why these guys think that they could say that that's our natural diet when they're not the ones killing the animals, and the people killing the animals are going crazy.
And that the only option is meat. Because that's as far as his brain can go.
Yeah.
What else do you eat?
Yeah, true. They're just having
weird.
Yeah, they're having somebody else shoulder the burden of that, like terribly. Like, nobody enjoys killing. Like it doesn't matter what it is. Like self-defense, sure, and you wouldn't enjoy that
unless you're a psychopath.
Only a pure psycho, which is like 1% of the population. Like a real deal psychopath, like antisocial, like pure, like serial killer type of person is the only kind of person that wouldn't be affected by that. And I wouldn't even say they wouldn't be affected by it. It would push them deeper into their psychosis for sure.
Yeah, true.
They probably don't like to be controlled, so they wouldn't like that controlled environment. Psychopath.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, you watch we've all seen the videos of these dudes just kicking the animals, sticking them with electric, like shocking them and stuff. Like it's weird.
See, and they're doing that out of frustration. Like you can tell that they're like frustrated when they're doing that because they don't know how to communicate with the animals properly, and the animals won't bend to their will. So it's like, they're putting themselves into these like guilt cycles of doing something they know is wrong by abusing the animals because they have to get the job done. when that doesn't even have to be on the table in the first place. People could just not subscribe to that.
Yeah.
The tear and the animal in the Christspiracy documentary was just gut wrenching. The cow that had a tear coming down.
Yeah. If
catch that?
anyone watching hasn't seen Christspiracy yet, search Christspiracy Watch Party on my channel and watch it. It's a very good movie. We're gonna be fact checking that movie also. Over the next couple of weeks.
We need to dive into those references,
Yeah.
definitely, and look into some of those translations.
Yeah.
It'll be fun to do, but we definitely need to have a follow up because there's going to be a big pushback. I mean, there already is people calling it propaganda, vegan propaganda.
And really clean documentaries are a great way of brainwashing people and lying to them and misinforming them. Not saying that this is what's going on, but it is it is a possibility, and I would like to know for a fact all the facts before I go off defending them. But I think Braxton's got some study notes or something we're gonna look into eventually. Rob Paul.
Yeah, I'm kind of throwing together like a whole organized, I guess, like amalgamation of notes because I'm taking I put a study copy of Christspiracy on YouTube. Apparently that you can't even really get in trouble for that. They're encouraging people to share it. So yeah, I put a copy up there that has like subtitles in 5 different languages, but then there's also I'm timestamping, and I want to go through and kind of like cross-reference against like other information we've come across. I mean, because we've got like the vegetarian, vegan, Jesus video and all that too.
Yeah.
I was thinking about that. There's a huge crossover, I'd imagine, and we still need to get into that video that Jesus was a vegetarian video.
Yeah.
Very dense,
it's very dense.
Definitely be good to cross-reference with Christspiracy now that we have
it
at our fingertips.
And it was cool about the time we did that. We started doing those videos. I did notice a couple other big vegan YouTubers do vegan Christianity videos. I think it was actually David Rams and someone else around the same time. Old World Florida did another one after ours also. That was he goes through every single freaking the Old World Florida. Check out his channel. Definitely subscribe to Old World Florida. He's a fellow team vegan truther, real truther. His whole channel is binge watchable many times. One of the best channels, as well as Mind Unveiled is really good too. Another team vegan channel that's just off the charts good channel. But let's finish this.
Experience trauma from their workplace. It's not elitist to say, hey, we shouldn't do that. It's not elitist to say coal miners shouldn't have to breathe in these toxic fumes. It's taking their safety into account.
That's different though. I think that's different. I understand the comparison you're trying to make. For me, if there's somebody who's working in a slaughterhouse and they don't dig it, but they could go work construction and like it better and make more money, they would go do that. I don't think it's ethical for you to target one industry, and really primarily this is targeting one business because to the extent that the other ones are very, very tiny. This is basically a bill to target one.
We got a carnist telling a vegan that they're not ethical. Holy crap. I'm really interested to see the bullshit gymnastics this guy's going to try and pull to get through all this stuff and not looking like a fake ass libertarian, which I already know he is, because 99% of libertarians are fake ass libertarians.
He says he doesn't like subsidies, but it's not fair. It's not ethical for her to go after one industry.
Yeah.
But he doesn't like subsidies. So he's a libertarian.
So I don't get it.
Business that you guys don't like, and that rubs me the wrong way.
No, that's not true. I appreciate that concern, and that's something
It rubs me the wrong way.
We just woke up one day and decided to target this lamb slaughterhouse. we want to work up to statewide factory farming bans. And there aren't any factory farms in Denver. There is this industrialized slaughterhouse. If there were other slaughterhouses, we would be targeting them too. But since there's only one, it just so happens that this is the business that we're targeting.
Right, I get that, but it's still the effect is the same. I just keep coming back. Okay, so
yes, we are
I
targeting.
had the CSU person on, and I know you guys don't agree very much with that study. To put it gently, do you want to talk about that study for a second?
Absolutely. So the study is extremely biased. The authors claim that it's not, but they have deep ties to the meat industry, both personally and professionally. CSU caught fire earlier this year for generating skewed research for the animal agriculture industry while accepting generous donations from them.
Well,
the study makes false assumptions about consumer choice, and they use made up numbers and don't show how they got them.
Well, they have like pages and pages of citations. They have lots of citations.
Oh, wow.
So I don't think that's true that they don't show how they got them.
This guy's
also,
absolutely,
they've been in agricultural college forever. Of course, they're going to have ties to the agricultural
And they
industry.
shouldn't have said that they weren't biased.
Oh, of course,
it doesn't
they'd be
mean they're
biased,
not. I'm not conceding that they're biased. Just knowing people
Oh.
doesn't mean that you're biased. You can have friends in a particular industry and write an honest report. I mean, I say stuff on the air all the time that would
but it doesn't
piss
happen.
off people that I'm nominally allied with. Politically, I think, I don't know.
So this guy's trying to say that a college that is about the meat and dairy industry would unbiasedly write something that would go against the meat and dairy industry. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. And I'm not surprised it's coming from a clown ass fake libertarian carnist. Like, these guys should have far better arguments than this. Holy crap. Oh, this school is definitely going to put out studies that may destroy the meat and dairy industry. Right. The school that solely exists to contribute to the meat and dairy industry is going to write an article to debunk itself. Yeah, right, dude. Holy shit. You think we're fucking stupid?
I think you criticize the study by saying it has all kinds of assumptions, and you put forward assumptions of your own to do that.
I was just getting started. I'm happy to go more into specific numbers. So yes,
Write that before
we can disagree about
interview.
whether or not the authors are biased. I am less interested in that and more interested in what the study actually says.
Right.
So it says that 3,000 jobs are going to be lost. That is absolutely not true. An economist from CU Denver said that their reported $861 million number was so ridiculous that it's concerning that it was even listed, much less reported on, because it just wouldn't happen in actuality. Talking about the jobs, 3,000 jobs are not going to be lost because they assumed that eliminating the plant will get rid of all jobs indirectly related to the slaughterhouse.
Yeah,
and that's
like
not what
drivers
we've
who
seen.
drive their stuff around and things like that. Now, the
That's
thing
not
you're
what
talking
we've
about is
seen
their
in
worst
similar
case.
closures.
The thing, well, but did similar closures result in the banning of an entire industry in a fairly large area? Or are you... what kind of, like, where have we seen a ban like this before?
Oh, yeah. I'm not talking about a ban. I'm talking about like when plants have closed for economic reasons, like the one in Greeley.
Right. Okay. So I again, the particular numbers that you are referencing were the worst case in that study.
Yeah.
Although I will stipulate to you that when that guest was on my show, she said that they thought the worst case may be the most likely case, rather than the middle case being the most likely case, as you normally see with studies like this. But even the best case is pretty bad. Are you saying that you think the real case is better than their best case?
Absolutely. I'm saying that the study fails to account any of the positives that we could see from this closure. So we shouldn't just be looking at this in terms of closing the slaughterhouse. We should be looking at it in terms of opportunity cost. What could we do instead? Slaughterhouses are known to pollute the neighborhoods.
There's no evidence that this is polluting anything.
They've been violating the EPA's Clean Water Act for at least 3 years.
I don't think that's true.
We have sources for all of this. I've said it to your blog.
Yeah, I don't think it's true. I don't think they've ever been found in violation of their current.
He's arguing for a industry that is completely supported by subsidies. This is not a libertarian position. Sorry, bro. No wonder you're on the news. You know, you're obviously a clown that'll say anything.
Yeah, it's like
They're
arguing
inspected all the time.
against,
So we'll have to. One of us is right and one of us is wrong.
Totally.
We'll
And I
have to
invite
figure
the
it out.
listeners to.
Sorry, Bracky, go ahead.
Let's say it's like arguing against the church and then having the church come in full force. It's like it's a religious mindset. Like, of course, they're going to support each other.
Yeah. No, the fact he tried to say that a scholastic institution that's I know I already repeated myself and said it's just mind-boggling that he would try and say that they'd be unbiased. Like, come on, bro. Like, he obviously thinks his viewers are fucking idiots if he thinks they're gonna like buy these. And you could hear in his voice he's very nervous. He's like, oh shit, this lady knows what she's talking about. And I'm supposed to be this libertarian carnist warrior who's going, my choice to eat meat. It's my choice. It's libertarian. Like, good Lord. Sure, get rid of the government, then try and eat meat. You won't be able to afford it. Sorry. It will become a delicacy and then probably disappear eventually because the price would just go up and up and up and up and up and up and up. These guys have no clue. These guys are libertarians are supposed to be economically intelligent. And they fail across the board when it comes to the meat and dairy industry and veganism. They have nothing. And you know, a 3-minute conversation with me, they don't even feel like they're a libertarian anymore. They get really mad. They don't want to talk about the subsidies. They don't want to talk about the subsidies at all. And I'm talking about like carnivore diet promoting libertarians. And I'm like, are you kidding me, bro? Like, what type of, like, what planet are you on where you're promoting as a libertarian doubling down on the most subsidized food on the planet? It's not about you having a choice. Libertarian isn't, I get to do anything I want.
Check out the blog post to see those sources because I appreciate that. I want people to have accurate information, definitely. The other thing is that we can think about what businesses would be there instead. Slaughterhouses across the world have been turned into museums, breweries, and other successful businesses. So it wouldn't just be completely losing revenue. There is a positive. And when we look at the positives of treating animals better and moving society away from this cruel industry, it's clear that it's the right choice.
We're talking with Natalie Fulton. She's the social media lead at Pro Animal Future, and they're the main force behind the proposed ordinance in Denver that would ban slaughterhouses in the city and county of Denver. If you live in Denver, you're going to get to vote on this. Their website is proanimal.org.
Imagine.
So, okay, it's going to sound sarcastic.
Imagine arguing for a slaughterhouse. Imagine what kind of piece of shit you'd have to be to do that. What kind of pay? It sounds like he's being paid too, because it doesn't sound like it's in his heart. He's very wobbly in his voice. I wish I could see his face, but he's not very confident. And it sounds like someone who's being paid to fight for something that isn't like something that they're actually naturally wanting to fight for. But imagine what kind of scumbag, evil, Satanist piece of shit would go to his platform of people and lie to him like this. Like, it's the same as these carnivore diet guys. They're the worst of the worst Satanists that we have to deal with. They're lying to people they're stealing people's health from them, basically.
Speaking of health, I'm just wondering, do you know what the second most subsidized food bracket is? If meat is the first, do you know? Is it wheat? Is it?
No, not even close.
What is the second? Because I'm wondering if it also
corn, soy,
not healthy.
Meat.
Yeah, it's the subsidized stuff that goes into the feed for the animals. That's like, if you're talking about like vegetables and stuff, like the actual like food that we eat, produce and everything, has just this insanely small amount of money put into it. It's like, I saw some figure that I think it was since 1995 up until like 2020, it was like $30 million for foods that humans eat that are produce, and for like animals it was like in the tens of billions. I want to say like 70 billion.
So it's feeding into the already subsidized model.
Yeah,
so it's subsidizing the feed to go into the subsidized meat.
Exactly. So it's double subsidized.
Double subsidized.
The main reason why we have GMO foods as they have them, especially, specifically GMO corn, GMO soy, it's to be able to produce that massive amount of volume and number to feed that amount of, life, basically.
She could have brought that point out to him. It'd been a double whammy.
Yeah, true.
She said in the beginning that she
Notice the strategist.
she was representing a group that isn't vegan.
Yeah.
So she couldn't really go drop that many vegan, but she had to hold herself back basically. But she doing a pretty good job. But
excellent.
you
mean not alienate from the government too much?
Yeah, basically. And this clown, oh my god, this guy gives libertarians a bad name. Dudes doing shit like this, arguing people for slaughterhouse, and he's like shamelessly calling it a slaughterhouse too. It's like, dude, like, wow, go look at yourself in the mirror and listen to your broadcast and reevaluate what you're doing with your life, bro. Fuck me.
Yeah, Europeans at least make it
But
sound.
it's not.
I was gonna say Europeans at least make it sound fancy and sophisticated by calling it an abattoir.
Abattoir, indeed.
That at least sounds a little more classy and kind of like separates from the obvious immorality of it being a slaughterhouse, like a murder house.
Yeah.
I love lamb, right? Lamb is probably my favorite meat of the common meat.
Gross.
And if you get your way, probably the price of lamb goes up by, I don't know, 20% or something, like nationwide, not just here. And it could be more. I mean, when commodities are priced on the margin. I used to trade commodities, right? You get rid of 20% of something, even if half of that ends up getting replaced, you're talking about a significant price increase. So for people who like eating lamb, for restaurants that serve lamb, all this stuff, you are making this thing that a lot of people enjoy unaffordable. But I'm guessing that's actually what you want.
So no, that's not necessarily it. What I will say is that you are
stealing my
love
joy.
Lamb. Most Americans eat less than 1.5 pounds of lamb per year. You're talking about it being expensive. It's already a premium meat, way more expensive than other meats. So it's not something that most people are buying regularly. And as far as, you kind of framed it as this is my way and not your way. But I think what we really need to be thinking about is the animals. They're the ones who are most affected by this. They are the ones who have to be killed when they're 6 months old. They have to go through a slaughterhouse where we have video evidence of them suffering well before they died. And at the end of the day, we need to take what they want into account, not just what we want.
So I think that's your best argument. And I mentioned this to you before we went on the air, that my brother, before he passed away, my brother became vegan. And he wasn't as crazy about it as a lot of vegans. Like usually if there's a vegan in the room, everybody knows because he won't shut up about it. But he wasn't really like that. But I talked to him about it and I learned some things, his concerns.
Carnists don't talk about eating meat
potential
ever.
Suffering of animals in industry, in large-scale agriculture. Do you think that there is a way in any given part of animal agriculture that the animals could be harvested, killed, that doesn't cause them to suffer greatly? And if such a thing did exist and you believe that animal didn't suffer, would you be okay then with eating it?
Yeah, I think that's a really great question. And as far as vegans being extreme, I may be more on the extreme side. So I wouldn't say that my views necessarily represent the organization that I'm with. The thing that's great about our ballot measures is that whether you're vegan, vegetarian, or eat meat, this will help create the kind of world with less animal cruelty. And that's where we're focusing right now in the areas where we agree with people. As far as if animals did not suffer at all, we have to take lifespan into account. Sheep can live for 10 to 15 years. And in the industry, they're killed at 6 months old. Even if there was a painless way to do that, I think it would be wrong because they should have the right, their most basic fundamental right to their life. And that's so important. And if we were talking about dogs or cats, we wouldn't be framing it in this way. There's a festival in China called the Yulin Dog Meat Festival, and people are always protesting it. They're not asking for bigger cages or better ways to kill the dogs. They're asking for it to stop completely. And that's what I think we should be doing. As far as if there's like a humane way to kill an animal, humane means compassionate. Can you compassionately kill an animal who doesn't want to or need to die?
Yeah, again, I think those animal related arguments are your best arguments. I think the economic arguments aren't very good. And I think that what you're doing is necessarily removing choice and killing jobs.
So for one, economic argument, he said, I don't know about that stuff. I don't know about those numbers. That means he's ignorant to those numbers. So what is he disagreeing on? He's all, I don't know if those are true, but I'm going to just ignore that you said that and agree with myself. Like, what the fuck kind of stupid fucking arguments are this? How does this guy have a radio show that millions of people listen to?
Yeah,
nobody mind-boggling.
She's very well media trained. She is excellent.
Yeah, she's really good.
She'll
Yeah.
follow his question that he thinks he's nailing her between the eyes. And she'll go, great question. I like that question. And it's a false lure. Like, she's excellent. Someone needs to send him mint jelly with a Beyond Burger.
That sounds pretty good.
That was like earlier when he was all, oh yeah, this sheep farm has been here for 70 years, and she's all, yes, they've been polluting our city for 70 years. Like, she answers the question she wants to answer instead of the question.
She's
that's
brilliant.
So it's like, and that's like, if you're gonna go out and do this kind of stuff, you have to learn all these tricks. You don't even, you just say what you want to say. Who cares? Like I was harassing Dr. Drew for a little bit. He was on a show in LA. John Bob's here. He had a live show up, and he's gone.
He was.
He had a live show where he took callers in LA every morning. And so I started calling him in, and I would say crazy shit on his KABC TV, KABC radio show that millions of people were listening to. I would just, the second I was allowed to talk, I would just say all kinds of stuff, in the form of a sentence, but it was a very loaded question. And usually, I don't know, we'll watch them someday. They're pretty funny. Dr. Drew just completely left himself open to being like critiqued pretty hard. But yeah, if you ever get the opportunity to do any serious media stuff, you need to like script how you go in there, and you basically, I mean, especially if you're arguing for veganism, never listen to the questions. Just answer the questions you want to answer, or answer their questions as if they asked you a question you wanted to be asked. Because they're always going to be combative. They're always going to be trying to get you in a gotcha. So really, with the carnists, you don't even pay attention to them, and you just you don't want to get yourself kicked out. You just you mull over them basically. John Bob, we're gonna watch this video in a little bit about the that's from the Mark Passio after group, and there's a guy who sounds exactly like you in the group. It's absolutely hilarious. Mark Passio's John Bob. Yeah, he's natural law John Bob. John Bob. Do you know who that is, Alicia?
I might. It got me it got me a little coffee there. Yep. I'll clear my throat. I might.
John Bob's kind of got this deep voice and kind of talks like this a little bit. And there's
I'll say same but different.
He was like one of the only other guys talking on that video you sent me the other day. But anyway, let's finish this so we'll get to some other stuff.
And you're willing to do that because you think this other goal is more important.
It's not that, like, these farmers we're talking about that probably won't lose their jobs in this measure, but may in future ones. We don't want them to stop farming. We want them to start farming foods directly for human consumption, like different types of plant-based foods, which we're already seeing. Farmers can look up Rancher Advocacy Program or Transformation, and those organizations will help them transition.
Right. So farmers, maybe ranchers who are raising sheep now, if there's no processing facility close enough, they might have to switch to something else. But doesn't that really feel like an incredible heavy hand of government? Like, I think it shouldn't be legal for this ballot measure to even be on the ballot. I think what you're trying to do, even though I fully understand,
the heavy hand of government is the subsidies that's paying for this industry to stay in existence. The free market would not allow this stuff to happen. It just wouldn't. They're artificially, they're paying for 3/4 of the meat that people eat. Just straight up paying for it. It's not economically possible to grow an animal, slaughter it, and sell it at a profit. It's just absolutely not possible. Yeah, and so they'd have to. Yeah, of course, it would have to, like you said earlier, it would have to, the price would have to triple or something of meat, and there wouldn't be like shit cheap meat anymore, which is really the stuff that's killing everyone. But so yeah, this guy's so cherry picky about this argument. I would have loved to have been up there and just roasted this guy who clearly has no fucking clue what libertarian is in the least bit. Oh, I'm gonna heavy hand a government to stop a disgusting industry that's polluting the brains and environment of this city. But the heavy hand of government paying the subsidies is okay. That's totally okay because it's my meat. I need my meat.
What a fucking beta. Imagine paying people money to destroy our children's waterways.
John Bob, this guy I know you just got here. This guy's been arguing for slaughterhouses this whole video. As a libertarian who's supposed to be fiscally conservative and economically conservative and, not and be against subsidies and shit. And this dipshit who is a libertarian talk show guy it's absolutely piece of shit, scumbag, satanic fucking scum piece of shit.
So he's just like the rest of the fake freedom movement, right?
Yeah. But this guy actually has a platform, so it makes it worse. People believe him no matter what. He's got such a following. Nobody questions what he says.
I always get shocked by shit like that. Like on fucking Padini's thing. There's always like 5, 10, 15 people that are just
about Padini when he's in the chat, dude. Then he's gonna think we talk about him. Padini's in the chat right now.
That's good.
Being a little baby.
Okay, that's just fine. I've never said anything about Padini behind his back that I wouldn't say to his face. Fucking Padini's fucking Larkin Rose's lapdog, and fucking Padini has a couple lapdogs. It is what it is.
Every few weeks, it seems like we have a Beetlejuice moment. Say his name enough times, he just pops up.
That was.
Oh, there he is,
I
too.
believe I invited him, or maybe I invited
nothing to hide, Justin. Where do you get your money from then? What do you do for a living, Justin Padini? I know you don't live off of just that rent money you get from your one unit you own.
I'm a criminal.
You got nothing to hide.
And I'm proud of being a criminal. Fucking, I don't
your goal with protecting animals. From my perspective, I think using government to do this way, I think is an immoral use of government, even though I appreciate your deeper goal.
I'm really glad that you brought this up.
And we have 1 minute.
Yeah, he's not going to give her any time. Absolutely hysterical. So it's immoral for her to for the community to decide to shut down a toxic, gross industry, but it's not immoral for him to allow the government to put a gun to our head to steal our money to pay for his meat. I wish she would have. Oh, if she says this right now, she says, "I am glad you said that." I hope she says that right now.
Okay, I agree that government control is bad. That's why we're going through citizen initiatives. We are citizens. We came up with this law. We petitioned to get it on the ballot. Yeah. And now citizens are going to vote for it. It's by no means government control. It's people choosing the kind of future that they want to create.
Right. And I think they shouldn't be allowed to vote on it. Just the same way I think they shouldn't have been allowed to vote on reintroducing wolves to other parts of the state where it'll never affect them. Yes, it's voting on it, but it's still voting to use the power of government to shut down one business. And I don't like it. I will say, though, Denver is a very blue city, and it wouldn't surprise me if you win. I think there's going to be a lot of money spent against you, but I think all else being equal, if people just go read the ballot measure and they don't hear any advertising one way or another, I think it's got a decent chance of passing. I'll give you the last 17 seconds.
I absolutely hope you're right, and we just want to make this clear that if you care about animals and you think that they should have a choice in the matter, I appreciate your dedication to freedom and the non-aggression principle. I'm saying it should apply to animals as well.
Natalie Fulton is social media lead at Pro Animal Future, the group behind the ballot measure we've been discussing. The website is proanimal.org. Thanks for an awesome and spirited conversation.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate it. We'll probably have you back one more time before the vote.
Thank you for listening. This is the first time I've ever been on a legitimate radio show. And it was weird because during the interview, I felt like it wasn't contentious at all. But then when I listened to it afterward, I can tell that he was definitely challenging me quite a lot. And I'm proud of myself for not giving into his framing. But of course, I'm very curious to hear what you think. So let me know in the comments. And if you do want to support our campaign to ban slaughterhouses in Denver, donate to Pro Animal.
That was badass. I could have only done a little bit better, I think.
Yeah, it's good to see that level of accountability.
What's up, John Balls? Where's Christian?
Nothing. I am not sure. Fucking.
I saw his wife in
I
the
haven't even been
comments
talking.
earlier today.
Usually I talk with him every day, and I might be still, but haven't really been talking. Like fucking, I've been so wiped out from my water fast. I did 7 days, and then I broke my fast tonight. I'm gonna juice for the next couple days. Flood myself with some fucking nutrients.
Ooh, I bet that juice tastes good.
Holy fuck, man! Like I was wiped the fuck out 7 days. Holy fuck!
Yeah.
You're kicking ass. I am fucking super proud of you. And I will continue to coach you and answer any questions you got. So, but 7 days was enough for me. I'm a rather small guy in the first place, and that stripped me down quite a bit, you know?
Yeah.
So, but holy fuck. Yeah, I haven't even really had, like, Christian's my best friend. I haven't even had the energy to fucking talk to him or hang out or nothing, dude. I've just been on my couch.
It's wipeout for sure.
Oh, yeah.
Body is healing.
But it's a wonderful monster because you'll start feeling pains in weird parts of the body that you haven't, felt the pain in years, but you had an injury there,
Yeah.
And it's a sign that your body's pirating part of that. You know what I mean? Oh, it's so cool. It's a wonderful experience,
I was visualizing eating today for the first time. I gotta say that, and I was like, "Get it out of my head, get it!" But I'm buckled in. There's no getting off this, so I'm fine. But yeah.
You're okay. You still have excess weight that your body can feed on. You're not going to hurt yourself. You're going to be just fine. Me, I'm rather small. I only have so much that I could lose safely.
Okay with that, by the way. It's true.
No, well, I'm not trying to be mean, just factual.
No. I agree.
Spoken guy,
I'm good.
You're,
For
you're
sure.
safe. You're not in a danger zone. If I thought you were in a danger zone, I would say something. You know what I mean? So
yeah. We digress.
You're a professional, John Bob.
I don't know about professional. Honestly, I don't have that much experience with water fasting, but I have studied diet and fasting for the last 7 years. So I know a lot about almost any form of fasting. I know a lot about the processes involved. So, I mean, I'm very well informed despite having a small amount of water fasting experience,
Hey, speaking of that real quick, I was kind of curious because I've been hearing a lot of people talking about fasting lately. And there was a video that Ali shared in one of the group chats that was like talking about sugar. And it got me wondering, I know a lot of people will probably think I'm crazy for even considering this.
Sugar
but
fast? Fuck yeah.
Like a sugar water fast. Like that would be really interesting because you would still have calories. But like
that's basically what we do in bike races. We're like all day drinking sugar water basically, and that's like, if you want to be able to like have a shitload of energy and like real energy, not like like actual real energy, you need carbohydrates, you need sugar, which is very the fastest absorbing energy source. We have sugar receptors on our tongues that tell our brains to burn more sugar the second we start intaking sugar because it's such a quick form of energy. I used to fast and I would drink water with like MCT oil and fucking apple cider vinegar in it all day. And I convinced, it seemed, me and John Bob have argued about this a lot. If you're into, for us being at least most of the time very, very, very active, fasting's definitely like, it's not something you're going to be very active doing. And I remember I used to fast and I go to yoga and I'd almost pass out.
You can't.
Like doing regular ass yoga. Yeah, like you just can't do it.
Taking a short walk will make you stop and be dizzy. You need a break.
Yeah.
What kind of sugar do you put in your water?
So it's cane sugar, like it's pure cane sugar,
cane.
but it's like raw. So there's no like chemical processing or anything. Like, it's just basic dried sugar cane, and so it's still like, I mean, I've come across like quite a bit of information. Like I was saying, a lot of it comes from the little rabbit hole that Allie's video kind of led me down. Was like the fact that people can basically just consume sugar and carbs and like minimize how much fat they're consuming, and they'll still like shed weight. So that's what got me wondering about a sugar water fast. It's like you'd still have energy, I'd imagine, but it makes me wonder if like autophagy is somehow exclusive to like ketosis.
Oh, I can explain that. When you're consuming calories, you do not go into autophagy. You cannot consume any calories. Even as much as 1 or 2 calories will kick you out of that.
So even like a fruit fast, or like even like a fruit juice, juicing kind of fast.
Well, what you're discussing would be very similar to a juice fast. And from what I hear, sugar gives you a fuck ton of energy. I personally think it's a drug, but I'm not saying it's bad. There's drugs that could be beneficial. And
how's it a drug?
I wouldn't hate on you for trying it.
John Bob, sugar is cane fruit, squeezed, juiced, and dried out in the sun. How is that drug?
Is that all they do to raw cane sugar?
Yeah, this guy.
I was under the assumption that it's much
it is
more
a squeezed sugar cane. It looks like bamboo. They run it through a machine that squeezes the juice out of it, and they dry it in the sun. That's no different than the juice that's in any of the fruit you eat. It's the same sugar.
I kind of want to have a 10 by 10 square and plant that shit on my land.
Yeah, no, it's super nice. We're planting a bunch of shit, but this whole sugar is a drug thing is just absolute bullshit. Never in history has any scientific piece of anything said that sugar is a drug. It's just something people say, and it's something carnists say, and it's something carnivore dieters say, and it's something that we shouldn't really contribute to saying if it's not true, and it actually helps like the carnivore bullshit. We have to be very factual about the things we say.
I digress, buddy. I will not argue with you. I won't say that anymore.
Again, to the races, the big races we do, we're definitely in ketosis on these races. We're definitely burning fat. I've seen Allie get back from a race, and I'm like, I barely recognize her. She's so skinny. We most definitely get into ketosis in strenuous endurance situations. What the big difference in our lives versus your lives, John, is that we're very active. You can't be very active and fast, and fasting is damaging your body as much as you may think it's helping your body. There is definitely damage involved, especially in women's cases where their thyroid runs off of carbohydrate, and fucking with your thyroid, especially, not in your 20s, it's very dangerous. And placebo is a hell of a fucking drug. You can think something is happening, like I thought I had tons of energy back in the day when I fasted all day and drink water and MCT oil and ACV and ate in a 4-hour window and would do 20 out. I did intermittent and long-term, and it hurts your body. So you can't just say that it's the greatest thing in the world without considering, like many people have died from water fasting. But none of the people who talk about fasting want to talk about that stuff. Like, you have to also include, you have to cut this off at some point, and then then after the fast, you have to eat a certain way, or else you're just going to gain everything back. There's a lot more to it, and there is a science to it. As endurance athletes, you kind of have to like really figure out what works in the human body, and fasting a couple times a year, maybe, like, I guess You know,
Well, I think
Allie knows
if
more
you
about
don't,
this stuff.
well, no, if you don't mind if I jump in here, I just like, I think it really depends on what your goal is, right? Fasting has its place. I think there's, it has its place for healing. I mean, anecdotally, I know people who've tried everything, going vegan, going raw, and really they had to fast just to get the shit out of their system and then come back to a vegan diet. But with that being said, there's a lot of damage done by, I don't know, I call it like a fasting community. Like Jeffrey was saying, it's definitely like the carnivore community has to fast, right? I mean, if you have it is a tool
to get all the
it
poop
is
out of
it
their
is
bodies.
definitely, it has its place, and it goes back to what your goal is. But like going back to what Braxton, and I wanted to respond to the sugar water fast. That's kind of, and I think that's what you were trying to say, Jeffrey, is that it's kind of what we're doing.
Yeah.
Like, let's say
But
like
like-
on a long ride. I wish Christian was here because he understands this as well. But you are putting
We're saying like 100 miles or 130 miles on a bike ride that
or even
long.
less like
Yeah.
that than that. But you're just pushing yourself really hard when your engine's burning hot, when you're going through that amount of calories. It's impossible to even feed you. You are in that deficit, and so it's like it's putting yourself into that state. But other than fasting, though, you're not getting the benefits of like doing exercise, doing all the other stuff. Again, what is your goal? It can be benefiting you, but you're getting, with the exercise, you're getting some other stuff too. But you can do that too much. And also, like Jeffrey was saying, people have died from fasting. People have died from over exercise too, and especially in endurance sports like runners and stuff. So regardless of how that state is being achieved, whether it's just through straight fasting, through restricting, putting yourself through strenuous efforts, long, really long efforts, it has to be, you have to kind of have a plan, and you don't want to do it too often. I would say, just to put it simply,
you're basically, you're committing yourself to have a sedentary lifestyle if you fast a lot. And that might not be, like if that's your intent, you can probably last, pretty long doing that. But like, you're not able to do what we can do, as far as health wise, when you're cutting yourself off, and every cell in your body runs off glucose. That's sugar. Every single cell in your body runs off sugar. So if you, and a lot of vegans, this is the why a lot of vegans fail, is because when they go vegan, they go low sugar too, for some fucking stupid reason. They undereat. They undereat also.
That's ridiculous.
I was
You
gonna say,
gotta
it's
consume
kind of the
fucking
status
sugar.
quo.
But fasting does lengthen your telomeres. It does fucking cause autophagy, which causes your body to repair itself in different ways.
I've seen studies that say it does nothing, dude. Like you're saying this because it's very similar to the carnivore thing. It's a bunch of people like possibly misinterpreting things, misdiagnosing themselves, having placebo effect, repeating things that may not be true. Like all this autophagy stuff. Like, sure, there's some of that stuff in science, but it's like, you're committing to a sedentary lifestyle where you won't be able to exercise in a way that really promotes yourself being healthy. If you want to get healthy, you have to exercise. If you want to live long, you have to exercise. You have to exercise like seriously, like at least a minimum of 20 minutes a day, like to the point where you're sweating and like you have to exercise your heart. You have to exercise all these things if you want to live long. This starving yourself for huge amounts of time is not going to make you live longer. It's just
okay. Let me prove you wrong.
I know, Patty. I get it. There is a lot of history of healing and stuff like that, but you can't ignore that it hurts as much as it can heal, and it can hurt more than it can heal if done incorrectly.
Well, yeah, it's about balance, right? I mean,
Okay.
you need to.
And losing a bunch of weight and gaining a bunch of weight back again isn't healthy. So if you don't have like a super good plan for after a fast, you know, that's not just eat raw, you know, John Bob, like not everyone can just do that stuff. So,
Oh yeah, they can.
you
Of
know,
course they can.
there's a lot. It's not quite as easy as you make it seem.
I will say this for me, because I'm the one who's still standing of the three of us that have done it, and I'm committed to it. And that is because I have internal healing that does need to take place. It is interesting that chronic conditions that I have is exactly what is being highlighted in the healing crisis. And I do have excess weight that I need to get rid of. So this is a temporary measure for a healing goal. And that's just my case. I'll say that without getting into any details. So I'm not concerned that it doesn't have enough to feed off of.
Well, let me back you up a little bit. So they did a very, very, very large case study proving that fasting works, okay? Because these people did not even follow up that fast with proper eating necessarily. And they were the highest percentage of people to reach the centennials, okay? The Jews, the concentration camps, those people live forever, man. Just saying. It's proof. Fasting lengthens telomeres. Lengthened telomeres lead to a longer life. It's real simple.
The
So
one thing that I will
got
also just add to Jeffrey before you
hold on 1 second, Alicia. So I'm gonna pull everyone down right now. We're gonna look at this pyramid of scientific evidence I have that I've showed many times on the show. Case studies are pretty much at the bottom of that. They're second up the 7 layers of scientific evidence. They're at the bottom, basically. Case studies are not what we should be basing our diet and health off of, risking, you know, our health with. I'm sure there are a lot better studies than case studies about fasting, and there are, and we've watched them on the show. And most of these studies say basically nothing changes. And some of them say there's actually harm being done. So these grandiose, you know, claims that fasting does all of this stuff when none of the science says it does these things, outside of personal anecdote. That's all I've heard. And I used to fast. Like, I'm not coming from a place of ignorance, you know, and like I was, I didn't have, you know, I did it for a long time. This because it was easy for me, because I naturally kind of like, you know, like, I guess when I'm single, I just eat once a day. But I don't like, it didn't help. It didn't help. Yeah. And it just, you know, like I felt lightheaded all day, and, you know, like it just, I definitely couldn't run more than 3 blocks without collapsing, you know. So it's just, it's not, you gotta be a little bit careful about this stuff. Everyone just talks pure positivity about it across the board, and especially females need to be careful fasting, very careful. They should not fast like men fast at all. So right off the bat, you should definitely have your own fast that's catered to you being a female, and not have a guy tell you how to do it, because he does it this way, John Bob. So, you know, I would just be a little bit worried. I mean, just not worried, but just be a little bit cautious, because it's not, we don't really know exactly how great it is or how bad it is. But it's definitely starving yourself. It's funny to, it's like fasting is a different way. It's a different word there. It's kind of occulting the true meaning of what it's explaining, and what it's explaining is starving. So replace fasting with starving when you're reading this stuff, and it starts to look a little weird. You know, the powers that be definitely want us starving ourselves, you know. So just, you know, don't think so. Just you know, just be a little bit, be a little cautious.
He's muted. John
Go
Bob
ahead.
is muted.
No, you're good. Go ahead.
It is definitely starvation, but it's a planned, organized starvation with a purpose. I think anything can work if you do, well, not anything, but I mean, I think there are things that work, but you need to be very responsible and careful doing them. Like how you break a fast is so important. That's how people die. They go with a month without eating, have their digestive tract not working properly, and then they eat themselves a big fat steak and yeah, done. Stupid shit.
But I will say, Jeffrey, you and Allie are in top physical shape, and so there's no need in a way for that. If we compare, and I'm listening to what you're saying, I'm taking it on board. I'm not like la la la. I'll listen. I'm listening, but we're in different spectrums of need.
Your mic's out. Your mic's out. Can you hear me?
Check. No, I could hear you guys.
Okay.
Oh, there you are.
Back. As I pulled the plug, of course. It might come up.
It's back.
Yeah, spiritual focus is different than health focus, though. And I'm mostly talking about the health claims, not necessarily the spiritual claims. That's all, you know, and most people don't, you know, 5 times a month have big spiritual journeys they go on where they fast. I see a lot of people just, you know, it's just kind of wild. And all I'm saying is just, it's not, you know, you got to be a little bit careful with this stuff. Because it's not just all, you're not just, I mean, I remember when I first started fasting, they're like, oh, fasting's gonna 1,000% your testosterone. That's what everyone was saying back in the day. 1,000%. 1,000%. I don't want that much testosterone. You die. That's imbalance, you know, like, so it's just a lot of the claims are a little wild. And I get the fasting thing for spiritual purposes, but that's not really what we're talking about.
Well, Jesus taught people to fast.
John Bob giving fasting advice to people when John Bob's not a professional at it. And, you know, we know John Bob's our local fall for most of the things the chiropractors are giving out, are selling guys. So we gotta regulate them in a little bit. But just be careful. You should be careful, John Bob. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, we just care about you guys. That's all.
Yeah.
So
and we know how much better it is to be not sedentary. And
yeah, you don't want to
there's nothing like being in shape. Sorry. Always screaming her ear, but there's nothing like being in really good shape. You know, and fasting, you know.
Yep.
Come back.
I would just say, and I'm sure we want to nip this part because it's not in the itinerary, is just sometimes applying a broad paintbrush is not going to capture the need of the individual. And I'm very conscious. I've done one it was about 3 years ago, significant. My body responded well. And I have health issues that I'm trying to address without pharma. So it's taking a very different approach with many things that haven't worked, and I'm trying to kick it out of my body. So here we go.
Yeah. I've had
but I'm listening. I'm listening. The minute my body is giving me an SOS, I will back out of it. I promise. I promise.
Just make sure you back out of it appropriately.
I'm not gonna go. I know.
I really want you to look.
I know it's juice. I know. I know. Okay, next.
Okay, so what are we reading here?
We're watching this.
Okay, we're going to talk about female problems with regard to the female reproductive system and the effects of estrogen. We're going to also go through the EDCs. EDC is the abbreviation for endocrine disrupting chemicals, which in our case, we're going to mean it to use it as estrogen disrupting chemicals. So these are all chemicals that tend to increase estrogen activity in the body. Estrogen, among other things, it's an obesogen. It causes a person to become fatter. When estrogen levels are very high, like when a woman is pregnant, it tells her body to store weight because the baby might need that for energy. So high exposure to estrogens tends to make a person fat. It also activates growth of the cells in the uterus. So it's going to cause a lot of fibroid tumors. Fibroids are super common. And I've known entire families where all the women had hysterectomies in their 20s or 30s due to fibroids. And my best guess is it's because they're all drinking tap water. So there's a lot of estrogenics in most tap water. In addition, they're eating non-organic meat, which also leads to very high estrogen levels. Estrogen will increase pretty much all of the common female reproductive system problems. It'll increase dysfunctional uterine bleeding. They'll have heavier periods, longer lasting periods, more PMS like symptoms, more menstrual cramps. Another thing is endometriosis. Endometriosis can be a devastating problem for a woman. It can make her infertile, it can cause a lot of pain. And basically, a lot of them, they go right to surgery. They never even think about just lowering their estrogen exposures. Okay. Infertility. Lots of women, they're frustrated they can't have a baby. Well, a big part of it quite often is all these estrogenic chemicals. It's not only preventing them from being able to ovulate, it's also making them hypothyroid. Morning sickness of pregnancy is worse with high estrogen exposures, postpartum depression. In addition, their babies, male babies, are increased risk of being born with hypospadias. It's a deformity of the upper surface of the penis. Cryptochordism, undescended testicle, putting the child at increased risk for testicular cancer and low testosterone. That testicle will typically get surgically removed. Rare things like adenomyosis of the uterus. Increased risk of autoimmune diseases. Having a baby is like having a transplant. So it's going to decrease the reactivity of the immune system in some ways, but in other ways, it almost makes it a little schizophrenic. It's going to increase activity of the immune system such that women have a lot more autoimmune diseases than men do. Postmenopausal, it increases the risk of a woman having hot flashes. And so like, in Japan, where they're eating all the rice and whatnot, they didn't even have a word for postmenopausal hot flashes before the 1970s because the transition into menopause was mostly just no longer having periods. But now that they're becoming westernized, they're having all more of these problems. Like my wife's postmenopausal with hot flashes. And so it leads to disagreements on thermostat. I always want the house a lot hotter, So I'm quite fine with her. Go to your friend's house, and I can turn the heat up, especially if I want to lift weights. I like the house hot. Being warm
go to your mom
thins the blood. It makes your blood more like water, less like a milkshake. And that I think that improves oxygenation of the tissues. And I know I think best. I like to be real warm when I'm reading or thinking. So I think there's something good about that. Okay, increased amount of benign breast masses like fibrocystic disease. And of course, the big one is breast cancer. So increased estrogenic exposure increases the risk of getting breast cancer because it stimulates proliferation of the breast ductal cells. And in a man, the equivalent of the breast is the prostate. So it increases the risk of prostate cancer. So this is highly relevant, avoiding all these estrogenics for a man and for a woman. So here's a picture of the disease. We'll go from top to bottom real quick. The psychological issues of depression, postpartum depression, morning sickness, hypothyroidism. There's a bunch of estrogens that decrease thyroid function. So most commonly you think of hypothyroidism and you think of Hashimoto's disease and maybe sequela of Graves' disease. But it's also a lot of these estrogens are decreasing thyroid function. So getting all these unnecessary estrogenic exposures out of your life can help you maintain your thyroid function, which is good. You want to minimize how much you need to take medicines and all that stuff. Okay, here's a typical breast cancer. The red right here in the upper outer quadrant of the breast with the enlarged lymph nodes. We'll call these hot on a PET scan. The FDG PET is the fluorodeoxyglucose positron emission tomography. And, we'll see these. And the point I'm making is upper outer quadrant cancers of the breast are becoming more common. They used to be about 30% of breast cancers. Now they're about 60% of breast cancers. And it's thought the main reason is deodorants. So that if somebody takes their armpit here, so I can get this picture there, and they're rubbing that deodorant in there. Typically, there is aluminum on the deodorant, which is a metalloestrogen, and then there's going to be some type of preservative like a parabenzoic acid. Parabens, they're typically called. They're both estrogenic. They're both lipophilic. So your skin is primarily lipid, so they're going to be transdermally absorbed through your skin. And when you go swimming in the water, okay, you don't gain 10 pounds instantly from the water being absorbed through your skin. It's because your skin is a lipid primarily, and it's a barrier to water. But it is not a barrier to lipid. In biochemistry, like dissolves like. So lipophilic estrogens go right through your lipophilic skin, and then they start going around your bodily tissues, including the breast and the uterus. It causes proliferation of uterus cells, like the muscular layer myometrium, and that increases fibroid tumors. It causes proliferation of the endometrium, the lining cells of the uterus, and that increases the risk of uterine cancer. We talked about endometriosis with the heavy periods. Sometimes a woman will have such heavy periods that it starts going backwards out the fallopian tube into the peritoneum of the abdomen and causing a lot of inflammation as the blood contracts as it slowly gets reabsorbed. And so there's been women who've, just gotten all the estrogenic out of their life, become vegan, stop eating the meat, and their endometriosis has gone away. It doesn't happen in every one of them, but you know what? It's worth a try before you go for surgery. You know, surgery is a much bigger deal than changing your diet. You can end up with adhesions from surgery. It's no walk in the park. Okay, long, heavy periods. So that can lead to her being anemic. It can just lead to a lot of discomfort, some moodiness. Then she can get stuck taking iron supplements, all kinds of things. So it's best to just get that under control. We're going to talk about how to do that. And ovulation. You know, what is a typical birth control pill? EE2, ethinyl estradiol. Well, high estrogens prevent you from ovulating because they make the body think it's pregnant. It doesn't need to ovulate. Okay, the goal of the uterus and the ovaries is to get you pregnant. If it thinks you're already pregnant, then you don't need to go down that path. Okay, and here's a baby, male baby. There'll be, increased risk of deformities of the penis, like hypospadia, undescended testicle, which increases the risk of testicular cancer needs to come out. So the point I'm making is, in my experience, a lot of premenopausal females have tended to think this nutrition stuff is a big joke. This estrogen stuff is a big joke. Who cares? And that's just a sign of being ignorant. It's very common. And what I'm trying to say is, I think a premenopausal woman should pay attention and care about all this stuff because, they're probably going to want to have a baby at some time. And the healthier they are, the more likely their baby's going to be healthy. And then when they're postmenopausal, they got similar health risks as a man does. And what protects them while they're premenopausal is the menstruation. From that, it's like a monthly phlebotomy, and that lowers their blood viscosity, decreases the risk of atherosclerosis and whatnot. And also breast cancer is something that can get you even when you're in your 20s. So it's pretty easy to minimize all these risk factors. In countries where they have minimal estrogenic exposures and they don't eat meat or hardly any meat, they have hardly any breast cancer, uterine cancer, any of this stuff. Okay, we talked about the deodorants. What else is of interest there? When you shave, a lot of women shave, and then that increases the transdermal absorption. So that's a bad idea. And I would make the point, you don't need to wear deodorant, okay? It's just a typical peer pressure conformance, low IQ thing to do. And, I've had a million conversations in my life with other guys about women. Never once, not once has any guy ever said he doesn't like her or he's not attracted to her because of her body odor. That just doesn't happen. What I hear guys say, they're not attracted to a woman because she's fat. I hear that all the time. And so what makes a woman fat? Eating meat, eating oils, and having exposure to all these estrogenics. If a woman avoids those things, she's probably not going to be fat. I think it's just because of how the male brain works. The primitive part of the male brain wants to reproduce, get its genes into the next generation. And basically, if she's fat, to the primitive mind, that means that, she can't have a baby with you. She's pregnant already. And, it's dangerous to approach a woman. Her brother might beat you up, her boyfriend, her father. So I think the primitive brain says, why take a chance? We're not going to have a baby anyways. Okay, so. Okay, here's the chemistry here. Cholesterol is the backbone for all the steroid hormones, estrogen, testosterone, etc. And so there's 4 rings, A, B, C, D are the rings. There's 27 carbons in total, and none of them has anything going on except for number 3 over here with the hydroxyl group. So they're all non-polar, lipophilic, except for the hydroxyl group here. Polar means that it's different from one side to the other, that there's a little bit of a charge on it such that, for example, the hydrogen can come off and it can form a hydrogen bond with another molecule. It's more reactive, and it's more likely to be soluble in aqueous solution, a water-like solution. The body's aqueous solution all over the place, other than within membranes, for example. Okay, so that's worth knowing that there's 27 carbons on cholesterol. Okay, estradiol, this is the most common form of estrogen. And so di means 2, ol is alcohol group. So there's 2 alcohol groups. The hydroxy group and an alcohol group are the same thing. So here's OH, diol. Okay, and then here's the aromatic ring. Aromatic ring, it's called aromatic because it has a pleasant smell typically. And it's a benzene ring is the other name of it. And the relevance is that these double bonds are not in fixed locations. They move around, they resonate, so to speak, such that the electrons related to these carbons can actually run around through all 6 of these carbons. And that causes incredible stability. You could leave a chemical with a benzene ring and a hydroxyl group on there. This combination is called a phenol, by the way. It'll sit on a shelf for 4 years and not change. And then the hydroxyl group is antimicrobial. So it's the perfect preservative. It's got great shelf life, and it's got good antimicrobial properties. So what that means is these estrogen-like preservatives, they're in everything. You can't get away from them. They'll never go away because even if one of them gets banned, the company will just make a variant on it, and it'll be back in there next week. So you can forget about changing the world and changing the chemicals that are out there. All you can do is learn what they are and avoid them. Okay, what do estrogens do? We talk about some of these things. They cause a person to gain weight, activating the PPAR gamma fat switch, so to speak. They cause a proliferation of breast tissue, thus increasing the risk of fibrocystic disease, breast cancer, proliferation of endometrium. We talked about heavy periods, cramping and whatnot. Male prostate, also proliferation of growth. It's like a uterus equivalent in a male. The big thing that a lot of people don't know about is the decrease of thyroid function. Some of them do. A lot of them do. And so you can have thyroid function being decreased from multiple different directions. And then infertility is a huge one. Tons of women are infertile. A lot of times infertility in a woman is because I see all these women, they're hyper motivated to get their, educations and their degrees. I know a lot of doctors are very pretty, very nice, but they sort of like they forgot to have kids, and they're pushing 40 or more and they've aren't married, don't have any kids. I see that quite a bit. They're very nice, very pretty ladies, and they're just they're becoming sad, you know. And I know this one really stuck-up girl. She didn't want to have a kid. She wanted to do all these things. I actually dated her, but then that's partly why we broke up, because I'm like, you know, one of these days we got to have a family. If you don't want to have a family, then, you know, I'm going to find another woman. Disrupts immune function. Let's see, what else? Autoimmune disease, more common, increased risk of allergies. That's part of having increased allergies. Getting all these estrogenics out of your life can potentially also help with allergies. They're prothrombotic. They increase the tendency to form blood clots. And they increase the risk of a deep vein thrombosis. And you see these sometimes. They're rare, but you see them sometimes, even in young women on birth control pills. Increased risk of myocardial infarction, like on a post-menopausal woman on estrogen replacement therapy. That's one of the risks of it. Elevated estrogen in males, because men are exposed to all these chemicals quite a bit, and they eat a lot of junk food and a lot of meat. And in men, it can cause gynecomastia, enlargement of the breast tissue. It can cause, you know, obesity. And a big thing it causes, kind of a little bit unexpected, is it has a tendency to cause apathy in men. And, you know, there's a lot of male apathy. It's actually a real problem. Men are not as motivated, I don't think, as they used to be, because, you know, for example, in colleges, the majority of students nowadays are women. It's at least 60% of the students in a college at undergraduate level are females. You know, it used to be, you know, quite the opposite. A lot of men, they're just not motivated. They want to sit around playing video games and eating junk food, getting fat. Yeah. And then they're going to end up having to do a lot of work later to make up for that. Okay, BPA, bisphenol A. This is a very common type of plastic. It can be used for other purposes. Most commonly, one thinks of it as a plastic container or lining within a, let's say, a metal can. And one thing you got to watch out for, I'll show you a picture in just a moment here. Whenever something says no BPA free, that's really a joke, because there's so many BPA substitutes that it probably still has BPA, like estrogenic chemicals in it. Watch out for cans. Cans will have a, let's say it's made out of aluminum, there'll be an inner lining of BPA. Then you get a tear in the BPA, and you end up really with kind of a screw job. You've got the BPA chemical leaching into the food, plus, because there's a tear in the BPA, you've got the aluminum from the can getting into the food too. And they're both estrogens. Aluminum is a metalloestrogen. BPA, of course, is estrogenic. You know, the receipts that you get from a store, thermal paper, just tell them to put it in the bag. You don't really want to touch it. Polycarbonate plastics, there's a lot of things made out of that. Baby bottles used to be BPA, now they're BPA free. Glass is nice. You can get a glass with plastic wrapped around it, so the kid's not drinking the BPA. Don't ever heat it up in a microwave, of course, and melt the BPA into the child's drink. Water bottles, use glass. It can be in PVC pipes. Brominated BPA is a flame retardant. That's one thing to watch out for too. For example, for, you know, medical people, you know, wear a surgical gown if it's appropriate for the procedure you're doing. But if you're just doing something like, you know, removing stitches or something, you can just wear a barrier gown, one of the white or the yellow gowns with no flame retardant on it. You don't need to wear the surgical gowns, the blue ones, which will have a flame retardant on it. Then it gets on your clothes and stuff. Wash your clothes then if you touch that. Okay, phthalates are plasticizers. Typically is what we think of them. They're like these little particles. They can help shape the plastic. They can sometimes, you know, stick off the plastic like little pieces of glitter. You got to watch out, because whatever you're drinking, if you're drinking water out of something, it'll maybe be made out of BPA and have plasticizer phthalates on it, and that gets into the food stuff, especially if it's lipophilic in any way. Like, you never want oils in a plastic container. That's the worst, because there's lipophilic oil next to a lipophilic plastic, and it's going to have a lot more phthalate getting into it. A lot of water bottles are made out of phthalate, like, you know, polyethylene terephthalate, you know, PET. Phthalates are often present in fragrances, perfumes, or in vinyl floors, vinyl shower curtains, plastic mattresses, you know, like a baby mattress and stuff. So you don't want that. Phthalates are associated, of course, with causing obesity, asthma, allergies, and you got to watch out. They can cause potentially cognitive problems in kids too, attention deficit, and they seem to impair a little bit the function of brain-derived neurotropic growth factor. And then the big thing, like I said, is this thyroid dysfunction. Okay, here's a picture of what's going on with BPA, bisphenol A. So it's bis meaning two, and there's two phenol groups. So a benzene ring with a hydroxy group, that's a phenol group. Benzene ring with a hydroxy group. So there's a phenol on each side of it. Remember, all it takes is a benzene ring with this hydroxy group on it, a phenol, and that thing will interact with the estrogen receptor. The estrogen receptor, you know, for who knows how many years humans were around, it had no competition. It just binded to estrogen, forms a hydrogen bond with this oxygen here. But nowadays, there's all these chemicals that take advantage of that. So it's really kind of defenseless, that estrogen receptor. You have to protect your estrogen receptors by not putting all this crap on your body or in your body. Okay, and right here, you got two methyl groups, you know, coming off the carbon right here in the middle between these two phenol groups on bisphenol A. So when the company says, oh, we banned bisphenol A, we don't use it anymore, they're just going to use something like BPS. Sorry that the other half of this is covered, but basically it's the same thing as BPA, except they put a sulfate right in the middle. Whoop-de-doo. It still has estrogenic activity from the phenol group on both ends of it. So don't ever think that the companies are going to get rid of these things. They're going to be there forever. These chemicals are worth billions of dollars. Okay, triclosan is an estrogenic chemical found in a lot of soaps and shampoos, dishwashing soap. I don't even use shampoo anymore. I saw this video and this guy was saying, "Now you don't need shampoo. You just wash your hair. You wash the oils out. Well, you wash the natural chemicals out of your hair, and then you put them back in with something else." And he said, "There's no point." So I started trying it. I've not washed my hair in 3 weeks. I can't tell the difference, and I kind of like it that way because I wanted to be careful about what shampoo I use on my head. So I got like newborn baby shampoo. They got it tested on a newborn baby because they don't want the baby to die, and newborn baby's kind of fragile. But even still, with a newborn baby shampoo, there were 2 estrogenics in it. So I would only use one squirt, and I would only use it in the morning if I had to go to work that day. But now I don't even use it on any day. I don't use any of this shampoo. You don't need shampoo. Okay. I keep my hair short. Maybe if you got real long hair, I don't got any hair on the top here, so it don't matter so much, but shampoo is quite overrated. Okay. So see how kind of progress we're making here? We're saving money. You don't have to waste money on shampoo. You don't need to waste money on deodorant. You don't need dishwasher soap. Okay. Let's just finish up on the mouth here though, and the triclosan related stuff. I don't even use toothpaste anymore. I'll brush my teeth with just a plain brush because I want to get off any biofilms in which bacteria can hide. But all the toothpaste has so many bad chemicals in them, I don't use any of them anymore. And then the other thing is a typical stupid person will have mouthwash with triclosan in it. And the way that's totally stupid is they're basically going to ingest or absorb some of that estrogenic triclosan, for example, which is harmful to their body. And then simultaneously, they're going to wipe out the good bacteria in their mouth that help produce nitric oxide vasodilator. So it's like a double negative. You don't need mouthwash. Okay, a couple quick points about parabens, powder benzoic acids. So the bens just means like a benzene ring. Think of it that way. Okay, that's a good way to explain it. They're called p-hydroxy. They're in the power up position. We'll talk about that in just a moment. We'll see a picture of it. And there's a lot of derivatives on there where they'll substitute little chemicals on it. And these basically are antimicrobial, especially against mold. All these companies that make a product, they want it to sit on that shelf for 4 or 5 years until it gets sold. And they don't want it being returned to them because there's mold growing in it. And so it's going to be in just about everything. There's going to be some type of estrogen preservative in your deodorant, anything you can put on your body, deodorant, sunscreens, cosmetics, you name it, transdermally absorbed. We talked about it potentially have causing thyroid dysfunction. Okay, here's the chemistry of the powder bens. So basically, you have a benzene ring and you'll have a substituent on it. So that'll be the index substituent. And then the second substituents will be named relative to this one. Okay, that's a carboxylic acid. This is a benzene group. So it just gets called benzoic acid, having that on it. Now, the first position adjacent to the carboxylic acid is called the ortho position. The way I remembered is I've drawn this to look like a face. And O kind of looks like, O for ortho kind of looks like an eye. So I put a little dot in the center of it. And so that's how you can remember the carbon adjacent to the carboxylic acid carbon is the ortho position. Down here lower is the meta position, it's called. It's designated by the letter M. And I just remember it being like a mustache.
Anyway, he's getting nerdy with it. Follow
Peter
Rogers, MD, cool vegan doctor. Highly recommend his channel. He's a very funny guy.
He's goofy. He's got goofy. Obviously some hot takes, but he's solid on the information.
He's got a lot of different stuff on his channel. It's kind of like my channel, just like, what is this guy even talking about?
Also, he's a Christian vegan.
Yeah. But anyway, check him out. You could finish this video. He's got a lot of other pretty interesting videos. Definitely a cool activist that needs more followers than just 8,000.
He's a cool guy. He's got a few issues, like his poor wife. Like, screw you, go to your mother-in-law. I mean, just a whack job and some emotional whack job. Smart intellectually is how I grade that one. But yeah.
I'm sure he's just making jokes.
I believe
so. Did you see the graph of the female and the boobies were all like hanging down like they were 80? Good God. I mean,
it's a deadpan humor.
Oh, it's so funny.
Yeah.
Hot takes left and right.
I liked him until I was like, yeah. But very interesting information, I have to say. And if only I had some of that, one of the 1, 2, 3 slides, whatever it was, if I knew that when I was going through what I had to go through, good God, it would have been just a golden nugget. So thank you for sharing some of that stuff.
Yeah, no problem. So after 8 episodes and several weeks of me pointing out the fact that they haven't talked about shadow work yet on their podcast, Europa Natural Law finally did a podcast about shadow work. So I commend them. Good job, Nemo. To to take a Mark Passio class and to just make a podcast and start talking, I don't know. It just kind of seems like the last thing you should be doing when you should be doing some pretty intense shadow work during that time, having just figured out what shadow work is. So it was a little funny to me. I was going to their show and looking in the transcripts for the words shadow work, and I just kept not finding it in every episode. And I was like, guys, you know, you should be looking in right now instead of like, you know, socializing and you know, ego stroking because you took a Mark Passio class. Just because you take a Mark Passio class does not mean you have automatically done a bunch of shadow work. Shadow work is about how you react at the worst time, you know, worst case scenario, something's going down. You know, it's what decisions you make during those times. It's not what we say on a podcast. It's how we treat the world around us under pressure, under bad circumstances, under unideal circumstances. Do we stick to our principles or do we flush them down the toilet? That's what shadow work's about. And you know, if you're new to natural law or new to Mark Passio, or you just took one of his classes, like you just barely scratched the surface on you know, the work that you need to be doing. Immediately people want to, you know, go out and start making content, and sometimes it's like, well, maybe you should not make content yet and do a little bit of work first. But you know, the community groups are fine because they get people used to talking on camera and stuff like that. So I get it, but it's just you know, don't neglect other things simply because you're doing a podcast. And I know this because I do this. You know, I am doing a podcast, and sometimes, you know, we do have to find time to fit other types of work in. Yeah, Patty, water fasting is amazing for everything. But I know, well, kind of. Oh, you mean probably like with being self-regulating something. Anyway, so yeah.
Is that Patricia?
Follow the European Natural Law group if you can. Yeah. There's only a couple dudes on the show this week, so looks like they need a little
that's
more people on the show this week. When they first started, they had a big group, but it's whittled down because you know, whatever reason. But check them out. Check them out on YouTube. Natural Law, European Natural Law. Tell them Jeffrey sent you. I think we're gonna watch. Okay, now we're gonna watch a little video of video file. Can you pull that up for me?
Is this the one that sounds like John Bob?
Yes. So we're gonna listen to a video of a group of people that are taking. Okay, this is the after class. Mark Passio lets everyone talk. He goes away, and how to become the one true media class. He lets in the beginning of the class, he's open for questions, and he does class, then he does answer some more questions, and he lets everyone talk. And it's been funny to see who talks and you know, hearing like recordings or everything. But anyway, so there have been some like interesting people in these groups, and there's been very little moderation. I get it because there's money involved, but at a certain point, you would think, you know, if I was a moderator of a group, someone's kind of showing a repeated behavior, you know, or speaking out against the core principles of the group, or just being an overt asshole, not a petty tyrannist, but an overt asshole. You'd think the like moderator of a group that is, a moderator of a Mark Passio group, not a side group about that class or anything like that. The actual speaking that happens after class. But there's doesn't seem to be any moderation, and it seems to be a pattern I've seen around the One Great Work, maybe with Mark, of just no vetting going on, and people being allowed in. Oh my God, did we just drop? People being allowed in who are basically harassing other people in the class and ruining the experience for people that paid good money to take the class. And there was a couple that was doing this a couple weeks ago, the Sotos, that were they were spreading globalist ideas, posts about Gary V making millions of bucks, Lambo bro shit, in a Mark Passio group. And continuously allowed to do this in a Mark Passio group. And so obviously the people that understand, that are actually trying and understanding the information, kind of have a problem with that. Yet these people are not backed up by the moderators in any way whatsoever. Mm-hmm. But we exposed this couple several times on the show, and luckily they vanished. So, a little bit of a success story for public ostracization. And now, I don't know. I just, I was sent this clip of the after class the other day. We didn't listen to it, and I just kept being blown away by the things the people were saying in the class. And it's just like, I don't know. Maybe I'll have to explain once we listen to more of it. Oh, so here we got here. But this is basically after. I don't know if I'm gonna. I don't know. Are we gonna name names? Maybe don't we need to call everyone out? Yeah, we probably don't need to call anyone out. Huh?
Ask the victim what they want to do here.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think, Alicia? Do we need to name names? I mean,
we can leave it anonymous for now. We'll see.
Yeah, because it's kind of just kind of a funny case study. Yeah, I think those who know, and this is just like, I mean, I get it. We'll just watch it. We'll watch it for a while, and I'll make comments.
Yeah, I had a recently over the weekend. Oh, not this weekend. Last weekend, I had a family member.
Oh, but this is, I think, maybe an hour. There's several different subjects in this video we go through, all quite interesting, in different ways. So it's starting off with someone telling a story that doesn't have anything to do with what I was talking about earlier, but we'll get to that later.
So they're okay, but they're not all the way. And they're quite calcified in their stance on things, and their profession pays them well, but it's not a moral profession. So we got into it over the weekend, and what I mean by that is I'm pretty vocal and I'm pretty stubborn.
And, you got in a physical fight?
Well, so we were in a restaurant and I ordered a vegan meal, and the family members sort of shook their head just to sort of like, just to press the button, but I was pressing their button anyway. So, and then I was just stern. I was like, listen, like that's your karma. I don't do that. You know that I don't do that. And I said, I'm not a coward. And that lit them up. They literally got up from the table, was like, you motherfucker, are you calling me a coward? Got in my face and headbutted me in the restaurant. And I was about to be pulled out. They were about to pull me out of the restaurant to fight. So this is the level that we're up against. The amount of violence when a cage is rattled hard enough, the amount of violence is going to come out where
that's right.
That dark entity will not leave the person.
They want us dead. Some of these carnists. They want all the vegans dead.
What's interesting is this individual sharing this. It was fair play to share this example. And I don't know whatever's coming. But at another occasion, when someone was confronted.
Same behavior.
What?
Someone with the same behavior.
This isn't the forum for this to happen. And so it was like what was good for one was not good for another. And this person talking actually holds up. I'll just loosely call it a higher rank. You can read between the lines in terms of influence in the group. I'm being delicate.
Yeah.
Double standard.
Yeah, it's a good word for it. I'm not familiar yet, but
the guy's also a professional psychotherapist, right?
Yes, who does shadow work with people.
Which later on we'll comment on again. I think similar to you situation where it's like, wait a minute, where's this guy? You know?
Yep.
Because it's so wrapped up in their ego and identity. So hopefully we'll get more easy folks to navigate with, but we might be up against that level of violence as we're pressing in on people. So
it's true.
Yeah.
True.
How did you got cut off? I think I heard how did and not the rest.
How did you solve that?
Where's Jeffrey Hammond? That guy's hilarious.
Well, in one sense, I mean, I didn't agitate anything. I was just stern. I was just sort of like looking disappointed. And then they sat back down. But in some sense, it was a quasi bluff too. But I mean, if I would have went, we would have been both maimed. Either one of us would have been hurt badly, or both of us. I don't know. And
you guys get kicked out of the restaurant?
No, because they sat down right after that. And
Okay.
It was sort of like there was a lot of like chatter going on, so it wasn't too disruptive, but if someone saw us, they would have seen that heavy tension. And
Did you get a bloody nose or anything?
No, they hit me right here.
Question.
And it was
Well,
just
your
sort of
camera's off, I think. It's all black.
Oh, my camera? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, you can see me, okay.
Maybe
So
my
and
phone
then
doesn't have the memory.
Yeah, that's all right. And then so basically then I was like I just wasn't going to engage with that, and then I just sort of pressed my force energy again. I said, I just gave him more of a sour look. I was like, this is what I do. So if whatever you need to do, then you need to do it, but this is what I'm going to do. So it was sort of more just a bold statement back, and then they cooled down a little bit. But I'm just telling you, if one will press on someone who has a lot of identity wrapped up in something, and they see themselves as not taking shit from anybody, but you keep pressing on them, you could, so just that's what it's like. But, there it is. It was crazy.
I had an interesting situation this week. I heard my dogs barking like crazy. Well, one of them was outside, and she was barking, and then Maverick started barking in the house, kind of stirring and spinning around. So I let him out, and as soon as I let him out, he started barking and growling. So I peeked out the side door, and I saw a guy with his hands on the gate, to my backyard, and the latch was open, and I was like, hey, what's up? And he was like, "Oh, I'm Todd." And I'm like, "Oh, hey, Todd, close the latch and get the fuck off my property." And he was like, "No, I live here." And I'm like, "Oh boy, here we go." So he was clearly in a psychotic state. I think it was organic. I don't think it was on drugs. And then I was like, "Yeah, dude, you can't be here. You don't live here. I think you're confused." And he was like, "These dogs aren't going to do shit." Yeah, he's like, "These dogs aren't going to do shit." And I'm like, "No, they will. And you have to leave." And he's like, "No, I don't." I'm like, "I got something for you. I'll be right back." I grab my phone and my nunchucks and I come out there, and then he took off. And then I was like, "Dude, you gotta stay off the property."
You said
And,
a gun and nunchucks?
No, my phone and my nunchucks.
Phone and nunchucks, okay.
Yeah.
God and nunchucks is pretty based.
Yeah, I got my freedom chucks ready here.
It sounds like
I thought you were about the 12 gauge.
The fucking freedom chuck. But anyway, I was like, so I was in the house, and then I heard my dogs barking again, and I'm like, "Oh, it's the same kind of bark." So he came back, and I was like, "Yeah, dude, you still have to stay off my property, and I see that you left your fucking bag of rolling tobacco." And so I gave that to him, and then he started yelling at me about, "Are you covering for the child molesters and all that?" And I was like, "Dude, I have no idea what you're talking about." He was like, "I was molested as a kid." And I'm like, "Okay, dude, like, I feel you, but like this, you're having a bad day, and just go home and sleep it off." And he's like, "I'll do this." And I'm like, "No, you won't, dude. Just get out of here." So I actually did, and I didn't feel good about it, but the way I looked at it is, if he keeps walking around the neighborhood doing that, somebody might shoot him.
What did you do? You hit him with the nunchucks?
No. I actually called. I called 911. And I said,
what a fucking pussy.
Call 911 and then
So
he said,
I called 911 to save him from getting shot by someone else. That's his rationale behind calling cops, who there's a large chance that they'll come and shoot that guy and or shoot you and or shoot you. It happens all the fucking time. Your dogs, shoot your fucking dogs. Cops love shooting dogs. So what kind of fucking pussy who doesn't even understand that you're not allowed, you shouldn't call the cops under any circumstances? Why is this guy like in Mark's class? Like, you need to go through the basics first, bro. Like, have you not the more of these guys I come across, the more I'm like, wait, the loudest dudes seem to have watched and paid attention to the smallest amount of this guy's work, Mark's work. Like, you called the cops because there was an obvious crazy guy outside and you couldn't handle him on your own. For one, you got nunchucks for some reason, which I don't know what you thought you were going to scare him with nunchucks. Like, if you're going to, like, that's not like a very good way of dealing with that situation. Nunchucks and a phone. That's definitely some pussy shit. Some weird, strange stuff. But anyway, I digress. Oh, shit. I just fucking started it over.
"Be here. You don't live here. I think you're confused." And he was like, "These dogs aren't going to do shit." Oh, it's the same kind of bark. So he came back, and I was like, "Yeah, dude, you still have to stay off my property. And I see that you left your fucking bag of rolling tobacco." And so I gave that to him, and then he started yelling at me about, "Are you covering for the child molesters and all that?" And I was like, "Dude, I have no idea what you're talking about." He was like, "I was molested as a kid." And I'm like, "Okay, dude, like, I feel you, but like this, you're having a bad day, and just go home and sleep it off." And he's like, "I'll do this." And I'm like, "No, you won't, dude. Just get out of here." So I actually did, and I didn't feel good about it. But the way I look at it is, if he keeps walking around the neighborhood doing that, somebody might shoot him.
Cope.
You know.
What
So
did you do? You hit him with the nunchucks?
No. I actually called. I called 911. I said, I think
Like a cowardly little bitch.
you guys having a mental health issue. I've seen him before. He walks up and down the
And not in line with natural law.
street to the store. And I said, look, I don't think he's violent. I don't think he's a criminal, but he's confused. And if he keeps
I don't think he's violent. I don't think he's a criminal. But I want you to send violent criminals downtown to deal with him. You fucking idiot. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I was gonna say if he was
This
even
is what
really...
the great work, the one great work is producing these types of people.
Yeah, like if he's really scared, I mean, like he could even just threaten to call the cops, and that's usually enough to like scare somebody
He's got
away.
dogs, dude.
Well,
He's
yeah,
got
that
dogs
too.
and weapons.
Yeah.
The fuck does he have to be scared about?
I mean, get some
This
bear spray or
cope.
something.
And listen to all these other copes
going
coming.
on to
Oh my
people's
God.
property, he's presenting a danger to himself.
You're a smart guy,
So,
man.
because there's a lot of people, and when the cops.
Oh, so I called the cops, but I told them to be nice to him. I told them to be nice to him. And I think that the cops are going to actually be nice to him because I told them to. Fucking idiot.
Came and took the interview, he was like smiling, like he was like appreciative that I was understanding that, like, if he didn't technically pose a threat to me, because I sized him up and I realized I don't have to use the nunchucks, I don't have to use my fists or anything. There's no way this guy could hurt me, but some people would just because they can.
Okay, so since you adjudicated that he was harmless, you don't think anyone else would be able to also in your neighborhood? You think they're just going to shoot him? Come on, bro. Use your fucking head.
Right?
Yeah.
So,
And you know
I
what?
explained that to the officer. He said he wasn't violent. I said, no, like he got verbally like aggressive, but that's only because I yelled at him, so it's like reactive and not criminal. I think he just, needs to chill, maybe a medication issue or something stressed him out wherever he's living, and then he's just in an episode. And the cop was like, okay, I appreciate you understanding and being cool with them and like not, and I'm like, yeah, man, I could tell he's having a bad day, and so if you see him, just like offer him some help, but like I don't want him going. Like I said, look, my dogs. If I would not have come out, they could have mauled him. Now I'd have a liability issue, and this guy would be bleeding all over my property. Like we can't have that.
Maybe you got to put a lock on your gate. Be responsible for your property. Especially if you have dogs, and if you're that worried. Just one thing. Not saying it's okay for the guy to come through your thing, but if you're so worried, put a lock on the gate.
Yeah. He would have sued you.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, probably. It's a possibility. Yeah.
You handled that.
Yeah, he probably would have sued you. Right.
Perfectly, man. You took what could have been a bad.
Now we get into the paranoid conspiracy theory bullshit boomer nonsense. Justifying this guy calling the cops.
That situation and transmuted. You turned some fucking lead into some goddamn gold, brother. I like what you did there, man. Because you could have turned the situation around, and it could have been a lot worse. You were helpful. You thought of his well.
Hope. Or he could have just done nothing and put a lock on his gate and fucking continued his day, where he's completely safe in his property with his weapons and dogs and locks on the doors. And then watch the cope fest from the other men in the group.
Fucking thing. You called a police officer. You told the truth, man. I admire that. Right on, man.
Afterwards, I thought
he admires people who call the cops instead of shooting people.
Like those are the only.
There's the only two options.
There's nothing else you can do other than those two things.
This is the intelligent conversation coming out from the people who want to speak on the One Great Work Network. Holy shit. Or maybe they're not. They're not on the network.
But I didn't know.
They're not on the network, but they're aspiring to be. And many of these people will probably end up on the network. That's what I'm trying to say. Because nobody's vetting anything. There seems to be some crazy people back here. And people who are completely statist still, in the statist mindset, who clearly don't get it. And I get it. This is a class that you can just pay to get into. But, you know,
at the
Sure,
time,
you
like,
gotta have your defense. Sure, that was your sword, and it was in its sheath. You know, you didn't go out swinging around and trying to hit the guy. And
right.
run him over.
Yeah, I put it right in my hoodie pocket.
Reason with him on a level that he could understand.
Good point, Braxton. It is exactly like that. Having someone else do your... So, no, it's worse than that. Well, no, it's not worse than that. It is very much the same, but you're taking a situation that you could deal with calmly, and you're like, oh, I don't want to waste my couple minutes having to deal with this kind of this human that might not, that's a little crazy. So instead of me dealing with this in the right way and just shooing them away, or shit, if if you're really cool, hey dude, you need a ride somewhere, you need something, you need me to take you somewhere, you need to make a phone call, help the guy out, maybe, who's having a mental crisis. You're like, no, I'm not going to do this. I'm going to call these guys who are going to deal with this guy in a bad way, no matter what. They're not going to be nice to the guy.
Yeah, just kind of taking away the
no cameras around. Yeah,
taking away
so
the peaceful
you're calling people that are guaranteed to do harm when you could have not done harm and not contributed to the taxation of the the human beings in North America, or the USA, by continuing to use their services that are straight up garbage that you claim by a truther you're against. So I was shocked to hear man after man cope with whoever this is talking about calling the cops, about how he did the right thing, and that, like, oh, well, we just, we got to call the cops to protect our property, brother.
Yeah.
Worked out great. He was able to walk away. You were able to walk away. Wish him well. Namaste, man. That was awesome.
Is that what happened?
Ideally, I'm against participating with the government or cooperating with him in any way.
But you did. Oh, that's Hammond. Yeah, that's right. Jeff Hammond's cool. My bad.
And I'm, but
I'm glad at least he's saying something.
Like the world's complicated. Like, you know what? Like, in most cases, I'm totally against like locking people up. Like for a crime, for wrongdoing, it doesn't right anything to lock someone up. It doesn't repay any debt to society. But if someone's a danger to themselves and someone else, that's when like restraining them is actually the right thing to do. It's not. Right. It's stopping something bad from happening.
Yeah.
And like,
what? I hope he wasn't talking about in this situation. Restraining, having the cops come restrain him. Oh, but you made that judgment. The fucker are you to judge with what little information you have. Oh, there's a guy outside my door that's having a mental health crisis. Instead of helping him, I'm going to call some people who will probably shoot him and beat him up. Good idea.
I'd like to be able to
manly decision there, you fucking pussies.
To do something like that myself, but honestly, if Darren would like restrain the guy himself, he'd make himself vulnerable for the government to victimize him. Like right. they've made an excuse for themselves that people respect to punish people for breaking their rules. And like, yeah, if he restrains someone himself, it's breaking the rules. They do have a monopoly on force, whether it's right or wrong. It exists. And if Darren was going to do it himself, he'd end up like getting locked up.
I mean, I could get charged with kidnapping if
Okay, so it's either I kidnap him, I shoot him, or call the cops. Those are the only three things here. No other solution.
Yeah. Like if that's the case, find some better self-defense options. I mean, like bear spray.
Put a lock on your gate. You already have dogs. You have weapons. Why do you need to go outside and affect the world after that? The dude's kicking down your door. Different story. Shoot him. But if he's just like loitering on your property and you just need to shoo him along, like, I don't know, dude. I wouldn't call the cops. I wouldn't be such a
just talk it out.
I would love my dogs too much to ever call the cops and have the cops anywhere near my fucking dogs. Right off the bat. The dog problem alone about cops being trained to shoot dogs. Even any dog that they see running at them, they shoot them. So your dog gets out, and it's not even like they're just shooting pit bulls. They're shooting fucking chihuahuas and shit. Like, it's ridiculous. So anyway, we're going to keep going.
If I restrained him and if I tied him to a chair, that'd be kidnapping. But here's the thing, like, even though what he did was technically illegal, it's like a dementia patient, dude. Like, in fact, schizophrenia used to be called dementia praecox, which is early onset dementia. So essentially, why would you use force against?
So whoever this dill hole is, diagnosed this person by looking at him for a moment. Diagnosed him enough to adjudicate that, oh, I better call the cops because this guy's so crazy that he's going to get killed. He could see the future. And God, dude, fucking puke, blah.
It's a demented individual who's not intending harm. So, like, yeah, okay,
right.
wow.
If he does any wrongdoing, he doesn't mean to. He's out of self-control.
If you asked him, if he took a polygraph and said, like, did you intend to commit a crime today? He'd be like, no, and he'd be telling the truth. He's like, has no idea what's going on. So I'm not taking his presence any more offensively than I would a squirrel or a fucking cat.
A situation like that doesn't make me say it's good that cops exist. I'd rather not have cops exist, and we're allowed to do it ourselves if we need to. But the situation is cops exist, and they have some monopoly where if you do it yourself,
it was like he was more likely to get hurt dealing with the public. You know what I mean?
That's absolutely bullshit. All this is all pussy cope garbage right here that these guys are saying. Oh, we aren't able to defend our own properties because there's so many libs. Like, give me a fucking break, you fucking children. Oh my God. Like, this is just cowardly garbage. I need to call the police. I'm stuck in the system, therefore I have to call the police in these circumstances. Fucking pussies. These guys are pathetic.
I mean, because I know guys who like used to panhandle, and then I find out, oh, they got shot by a store owner. They got shot by somebody when they got a.
I knew a guy who got shot that was a panhandler. Therefore, I have to call the cops on every homeless person I see. Okay, I get it.
Aggressive with them, you know.
And if we could get rid of like cops,
because they're like fighting to cope right now. They're like, there's like 4 guys trying to talk at one time, coping right now. Like, no one's even saying anything. Like, Jeff half-assed was like, oh, we should never call a cop. No, you should never fucking call the cops. Are you not a man that knows how to deal with a situation? Are you not a follower of fucking natural law that knows how to deal with a situation that's happening in front of you? You have to fucking call the fucking crazy people, the Satanists, the fucking powers that be, the elites. You have to call them because you're too much of a pussy to figure out a uncomplicated situation. Having a guy fiddling with your back gate is not a hard situation to deal with. You show them your gun and they leave. Like, worst case scenario. Or you fucking talk to them.
It's also a security
hey,
check.
bro, what's going on? But no, this guy thinks he knows everything, so he thinks he can psychologically evaluate someone in a couple seconds and judge whether or not he should call the cops on him or not. Dumb fuck, stupid shit.
And
unbelievably stupid shit.
Government like violating rights to accomplish things. It would be nice to have some professionals that don't violate people's rights like cops do, but they could deal with like a mentally ill person without hurting them or something like that. Like, yeah, so they don't have to get hurt in self-defense.
Yeah,
or
a neighborhood volunteer thing, you know, something like that. Community. Yeah, obviously, Dustin, you're a psychologist. I mean, the bad.
Thank God someone said something smart. Jesus.
Just, you know, that doesn't really do anything. The badge, the gun. I mean, it's still people that reach out and would have to help that other person because they can't consent to it because they don't even know.
So I lived in Central America for a while. And there was this crazy guy that would run through town screaming bloody murder. He had Tourette's or something. And he seemed kind of scary. But sometimes he'd be fine. Sometimes he'd even talk to you like normally. And sometimes he'd be totally crazy. And I was in the market one day. And he came in and he started screaming. And all the ladies in the market jumped up, ran up to him, and started dancing with him. And he started laughing, and they turned him around and sent him out the door. And I was just like, oh my God, that was amazing. You know, like I'd never see that in my country. And that guy left in a better mood than he went in that door. They totally knew, you know, it was someone's cousin, you know, someone's brother or something. So they actually cared for the person, you know. I mean, granted, this was a very small town, so it's like you have a lot tighter community in a town like that. But I was just blown away. They just started dancing with him, and he's all, ah! And like, he was fine after that. And it's just like, it was a beautiful thing. And, you know, it would be cool if like, you know, people did stuff like that here. Actually talk to these guys, because most of these guys are pretty cool. You know, they're just having a bad day, or they're you know, sick of fucking people scowling at them all day long, you know, because they have a mental health problem. Obviously mental health, especially in men, is not really a popular subject in our culture. We're just supposed to man the fuck up and deal with things. But yeah, I just wild conversation here. But yes, there should be community-based, you know, volunteer, or simply on your own seeing this situation being like, I don't have to escalate things. I don't have to call the cops. I can talk to this person and we don't need a volunteer psychotherapist group in the community. I could just be a man and adjudicate the situation and be like, I don't need to escalate things. I don't need to shoot this person. I don't need to call people who may shoot him. It's as simple as that.
That they're having a problem, but I feel like private citizens would do much better because we don't have all these so-called immunities to prosecution. Because you got to look at it as like, how would you want someone to deal with your family member? You know, if your elderly, you know, family member trespassed on someone's property, or even walked into their house while they were watching TV, you want your relative to get killed?
Okay, this is the guy who had the original story, right? If he understands this, why didn't he apply that to his behavior? I'm baffled right now. I'm completely fucking baffled. and then to out yourself and be like, oh no, I knew I could have just dealt with it a different way, but I didn't. Holy shit, dude.
No. So I knew a dude who went to jail for simply opening the door of an apartment because he was at a party and he was drinking. He went out to smoke. He opened the wrong door. He said, oh, I'm sorry, this is the wrong apartment. Went next door. Cops came in and fucking locked this dude up for 90 days for home.
While this is a possibility, it's not likely. Sorry. These things don't really happen like you're explaining it. There's if someone's at a party and there's a party like that's kind of another dumb cope. It's really ridiculous. This whole we can't. There's no law. Like I don't know.
Invasion, and they forget the fucking intent. There's no fucking criminal intent. That is not a home invasion. But the fucking prosecutors and the fucking legal system.
Are you calling?
Wait. Oh, God damn it. So he understands that there's no criminal, like, it's just, he's contradicting himself quite a bit. Quite a bit.
I think he's towards character and integrity.
You know, like I said, I don't want to go to college. I want to be a monk. I got a philosophy, and I was talking about yoga.
Sorry.
It's the people within it.
Because that's considered kidnapping if you grab some dude.
But it's on.
Yeah.
Please,
sure.
Johnny, where you been?
I want to ask you guys a question. Who amongst us in this group is a reconstructive surgeon?
I love this guy.
Amongst us.
He's such a clown.
I'm guessing you, since you're the one asking. I don't know.
You're
I'm not.
I'm sorry, sir, but you're interrupting.
Hammond, killing it.
I'm just answering your question. I'm trying to take a guess.
No,
Maybe you are. I don't know.
You are not a reconstructive surgeon.
I love how he just answered that dude. This dude's rant he wants to go on. He wants to force everyone to sit through this guy's garbage.
No, I'm not.
Correct. Okay, so let's continue, shall we?
You're
Who amongst us in this group is capable of putting out a house fire? None.
Putting out the house fire?
House fire. Who amongst us in this group is a reconstructive surgeon? Because when my friend, because I practice natural law and live by that code, when my friend had his face shot off by another one of my friends, there was no one that I could call except 911.
Oh my God. My mind is blown right now. That was the deepest shit I've ever heard in my life. So instead of being a man, grabbing your friend and taking him to the fucking hospital, you called someone else to do it. Sorry, Allie's peeing right now. She's pouring water. Again, which adds time. If your friend's face has been shot off, he's got to get to the hospital real quick. Calling someone who's got to drive to you and then drive to the hospital adds time. What, you don't want to get blood, your buddy's blood on in your car? Like, I don't get it. So you had no other option but to call 911. Who else here is a facial reconstruction surgeon? I'm going to repeat myself a bunch of times to make myself sound really important. God, these guys. I can't deal with these guys. We need the state to be, no. Yeah, we need the state for a medical system. We need a state for ambulances. That's what he's saying. And there's no other option but the state. This dude is not a truther. This dude is a complete normie status still. So what's he doing meddling in Mark's shit? I don't get it. Like these guys are doing this live to 150 people that are into natural law that are taking Mark's class. And I need to reiterate that this is a paid for class. This is a group chat in a paid for class after Mark has spoken. So keep that in mind as we continue when you start to see some of the behavior of some of these people in this class.
Had this debate and argument.
And this is a professional business Mark is trying to run. And there's no moderation in these groups. This shit is just craziness is just allowed in this group that people pay to be in.
There are moderators. They're just not saying anything.
Yeah, they're not moderating. That means there are no moderators, basically. But just because some people have been said they're moderators, they aren't doing it. I'm not seeing it.
Yeah, they're asleep at the wheel.
And I'm hearing what people have to say week after week after week and seeing a clear negative behavior trait of certain people in this group that would not be allowed in my circle.
Other people. Unfortunately, we reside in a system that is fucked.
So we're in a fucked system, therefore we have to just be fucked. Got it, buddy. Cool. That's what you got out of Mark Passio? Wow. Or maybe you haven't even seen his shit and you just decided to take his media course for some reason. Like, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt here. I don't understand where these guys are getting this shit from. Who is teaching him this garbage? This is brainwashed, toxic crap from religion and the government. Like, this is the stuff you're supposed to be working on instead of self-importantly talking in a group as if you have anything to teach anyone. Like, bro, do you think this is a intellectual take in 2024? And you have no other option but just to be a statist piece of shit and continue to use the statist services that are forced on us since birth?
But there are good elements to it. Okay? So if you're talking about the self-defense principle, that's one thing. But when it comes down to, like, who the fuck are you going to call when the shit hits the fucking fan? When you're
not going to call anyone, you pussy. I'm a fucking man. I can take care of myself.
You're going to call the good old boys in blue. That's what you're going to do. That's
unfucking real. Unfucking real.
Only people
the cowards.
I mean, yeah, like, I don't know. I know people from probably all different walks of life probably coming to this course, like people who have known of Mark for a little bit, maybe people who haven't, like they're just now finding out about him. But it's like at a certain point, you're probably, I mean, I'd say you're expected to try to at least learn like the basics of like human psychology and just like some interpersonal skills to like de-escalate situations when they start to get out of hand, or what to do in emergency situations,
or just basic shadow work.
Yeah, that too.
Just basic shadow work would you know, if you I just can't. I don't know. Like, and this is what I'm talking about. This social scene that's more important than people doing internal work. They'd rather hear themselves be commended by other people in the same group they're in than actually do outreach to actually bring new people to the information. They think all this, oh, I'm going to give my take on this after class chat and say a bunch of cuss words like Mark does, and people are going to respect me and I'm going to be edgy, but I'm really just a fucking typical fucking statist normie. Like, this guy is just, oh my Lord. And like, it's
shot the fuck off. Who are you going to call?
Who are you going to call?
This is what I'm trying to say to you guys.
Who are you going to
It's
call?
not about the fucking system as it exists. It's about the ones that are running it as it exists. Because we've all seen good elements inside of the system. because it's not the system that's good.
So we need to get good people into this fucking destructive, sadistic system. We don't need to change the system. We just need right people in there. Right. That reminds me of when Direct D the other day said he's like, I'm gonna go be sheriff. When I was talking to him, and I'm like, so you're gonna like change it? And he's like, no, I'm just gonna be sheriff. And it's like, well, why? Like, well, what's the point? But you know, like he's a normie. So it's kind of shocking because I haven't been around a lot of normies in the last decade. So but it's fun. And that is a type of outreach that I'm talking about. Like I found a normie who has a giant channel, and I'm slowly easing him into this stuff. I've had a bunch of comments from vegans in on my I posted a video of me and DirectD for a couple hours the other day. We had a podcast, and some vegans were mad at me because I wasn't bludgeoning him with veganism right off the bat. And they're very disappointed that I didn't, do da-da-da-da-da-da. And it's like, I'm on a guy's channel who's got 300,000 views or 300,000 followers. You know, like maybe that would be your tactic, but you would probably immediately get kicked off and or not be invited back. And, so you kind of got to read the room and read the situation. Direct D seems like a pretty reasonable dude, and he seems like he's pretty open to this kind of stuff. So I'm definitely not going to, instead of teach him about natural law first, bludgeon him with veganism. It's not really a great tactic, but I just wanted to address that because some vegans were mad that I was talking about conspiracy stuff with him and not just veganism stuff, when obviously, like the conspiracy stuff is fun. You get them hooked with that stuff, and then you squeeze in a little bit natural law here and there. But I'm definitely, you got to read the room. And these dudes have no clue about reading any room, because none of these dudes would be talking like this if they were actually reading the room, and they actually respected the class they were taking and or the teacher and the other people in the class. That's been the most shocking thing so far, but we haven't gotten to the crazy shit yet.
The people within it.
The people, that's true. It's a personal issue. Yeah.
It's the people who choose to keep the system running by participating in it.
John Bob.
If it's a system of authority, it doesn't matter who runs it. It's necessarily going to be fucked.
I think he's pointing more towards character and integrity.
Oh my God, I just did it again. Did that not sound like John Bob Braxton?
Yeah, I kind of heard something in the background there. Pretty
Everything we believe in is bullshit, and I'm going to become a monk. And
these are things you got to think about. Okay, these systems don't exist.
Yeah, if there's a car accident, I'm calling 911, dude. I'm not. I'm not going to wait for a volunteer to save someone's life. Yeah.
Did you say somebody working for the hospital got you into Mark's work?
Yeah, a worker in the psych ward. I was talking to him about Kemet, Egyptian philosophy, and I was talking about yoga, and we were talking about, meditation and Kundalini, and he was like, you should look into Mark Passio's work. And it was a psych ward employee who told me about
psych
Mark.
Ward?
That could have been me.
24.
Psych ward, he said, when he was in the psych ward? Okay.
14.
Yeah, I've worked in psychiatry. You know where the highest concentration of spiritually and telepathy gifts and the ability to see beyond where they exist at? They exist in those places.
Oh, yeah. I spent years there.
Cool. Why is that?
Yeah. Oh, because when I was 17, I told my family that everything we believe in is bullshit, and that I'm going to become a monk. And
that's
sorry to
it?
interrupt you, but I was asking why is it so common for such supernatural abilities to occur in the medical field?
because they're not normal. So it's
get-
anomalous,
they get
and
laid.
the control system wants to get rid of the free thinkers and the shamans. They don't want them. And they do
Well,
blood tests on them,
yeah.
and they try to use their they try to check for the genes that actually they believe there's a genetic component to ESP.
Wait,
and
Darren,
stuff.
did you say you have some supernatural thing about you?
I got sent to the psych ward because my family couldn't handle me changing. You know, like I said, I don't want to go to college. I want to be a monk. I spent $150 on books about Taoism and
I heard that, but
Qigong
from
and
the
really mean.
And they couldn't handle it, huh? You folks
No,
couldn't
I mean,
handle
like,
it?
I guess the context of your question, Adrian.
Were you supposed to be selling mortgages or something, dude? Come on, what are you doing?
Oh, I
with your
did that.
life?
Yeah, I did it for a year, and I couldn't fucking handle it. I wanted to flip my fucking desk. I learned enough about it to get my own credit score up. My lead processor in the office said, you know, you're too honest for this field because you won't lie to your customers like everybody else will. And I'm like, yeah, I know that. So when a customer says, I need you to take $500 off to match Quicken Loans, I'll say, dude, I'm spending like 80 hours working on your deal with you. I talk to you hours every day. No, I'm not going to not take home. I'm closing 4 deals this month. So you want me to like make $500 less? Like, no, dude, if you don't like it, I'll scrap the whole deal and you can go to whoever you want. And sometimes they say, okay, and I fucking make $0 instead of $1,200, but I'm not going to disrespect myself and fucking make $800 on the deal because I'm not a punk bitch and I'm not going to lie to the person. And sometimes they would even call me back and tell me they were wrong. But sometimes I don't hear from them, and out of curiosity, I'll look at the filing and realize that they got a higher rate and a higher cost than I offered them, and they literally got lied to, but they had too much pride to call me back and tell me they were wrong because they were at the closing table and they found it easier to just sign. You know, so yeah, fucking, you know, finance could be good, but you have people who like to lie to people and people who want to be lied to, and just what happens. But every deal I've ever done is fucking stellar, you know, and but I don't do a lot of them because I won't lie to the customer and I won't let them bullshit me.
Well, that's a good skill, man.
Yeah, I still keep my license just in case a family member or a friend wants a deal. But yeah, no desire to do that all the time.
Yeah, well, that's good to know. Yeah, anybody in that area
takes guts.
Why would anyone even give a shit? Oh, what's up, Kat?
Hello, everyone. This is Alicia.
Howdy.
And I'd like to, if I may,
Hi, Alicia.
take this opportunity to bring something from the darkness to the light. And that was an interaction with another one of our classmates last week or so. And I'd like to give that person an opportunity to come clean with how you treated another person. And why.
Oh, shit.
What's up? Which interaction specifically?
The one where a group was speaking and then you folded the group without any discussion against me. and you apologized publicly for your conduct over the last couple of weeks, but you did not come privately. And in the world of natural law and
on the same page.
I would like to understand how you would like to balance this out.
Yeah.
Because to be pious,
well, it's a group that.
One moment, Darren. To be pious and talk about somebody who comes to your fence and how you offer a balanced approach. To this moment, I have done nothing. Because I was somebody doing a snore sound.
Yeah, they've been.
Anyway, I'm trying to listen.
They've been doing that before, though. It's not like.
Well, their soul is sleeping. That's fine. You know, you can talk about the.
Was that like someone sleeping or something, making sleepy noises when you were talking?
Well, I thought it was at the time because the timing was so off, but in retrospect, it was somebody who had fallen asleep and kept their mic on. It was such a riveting.
No way. Really?
Yeah. So you'll hear them snoring throughout because they kept their mic on.
Oh, wow.
That's hysterical.
I thought that was a joke.
Yeah, at first, because I was in the moment. Yeah, but no, it was somebody who fell asleep, legit.
Wow.
The example of coming to the fence and making it look like you had compassion, and I had all of those things towards you. But behind the scenes, there's some occulted things that are going on, Darren, and I think you should clean the slate.
Okay, so are you asking why I joined the group?
I think why you conducted yourself in the manner that you did.
Oh, because you and I just aren't on the same page.
No, Jerry, it has nothing to do with
it. It's my group and it's my prerogative. And if we're not on the same page, then I don't have to deal with it.
Is that the Thunderdome? Sorry, maybe it's none of my business. I'm just like hearing it. You guys are talking about it public, and I have no idea what it's about. It sounds pretty serious.
It is.
But,
there was
shadow work.
A lot of disrespectful conduct towards a lot of classmates, and I think in the realm of natural law.
Oh yeah, because there's no fucking aliens coming to save us. Goddammit, that's why. There's no fucking cocksucking free aliens. None of that fucking bullshit. You're a retard. Why are you fucking laughing about it? There's no goddamn fucking aliens coming to save us. Anybody who believes that's a fucking retard and should drop the fucking class. Fuck you if you don't like it, Alicia. Boom what? You're a fucking retard. Anybody who believes that there's fucking aliens coming to save us is a retard. Retard, bitch, retard. That's what the fuck is up.
All I want to do.
That's a pass.
Wow.
Jeez.
So
someone didn't like the light.
In his blind rage, he's confusing you with somebody
Jerry.
else.
Yeah, it was with Jerry. Yeah, not to name names, but you said it already. Yeah, I had nothing to do with, for the record, I had nothing to do with ET, Alien, Starseed, any of whatever he's talking about. None.
Because that's what I thought when I first heard this, and then you elaborated on it and you asked him later. But yeah, I just wanted to make sure that I'm like, am I interpreting that correctly?
Ever, it's not somebody else. My head. It hasn't come out of my mouth. I don't get it.
No, it's just a buildup of rage just out into the world, and you're just kind of thrown into it, obviously.
Fun fact, though, after this, was it the next week, he went on that person's podcast, the ET Alien Starseed podcast. Never mind.
Because weekly. So not only that, but this is in a private chat with people who paid money to take a professional course.
Yeah.
And this group is moderated, allegedly, but it's not being moderated.
Nope.
So whoever is moderating is letting someone go completely unhinged in front of the whole classroom, basically. For all we know, everyone's watching.
I don't know how much is in this clip, but you will hear one of the moderators who has a psychotherapy background as an expert in shadow work. You'll hear what they do.
I heard nothing.
That's it. But I was the one brushed aside.
Yeah.
There you
You
go.
fucking morally relativistic retard. You're the one who fucking thinks God is a joke and that these goddamn entities care about it. You're a fucking retard. 30 years in the occult. You lived in Geneva, Switzerland. You're a Kabbalistic retard plant. You're a fucking globalist plant.
Propaganda cult.
There we go.
Hey, if you guys,
if I can just say, I am not here to disrespect Darren. If anything, I came from a place of deep care and concern for his welfare.
That's some Kabbalistic hubris, you bitch. You went to services with Madonna.
All right, you guys.
You go to Madonna's church, you retard.
Okay.
This is about a separate group. You guys can kind of hash that out.
It's not about a separate group.
Finally, the moderator talks. Finally, the moderator talks, and it's not, hey, chill the fuck out. It's, oh, don't talk about stuff from other groups in this group.
Suddenly,
Which is
right now,
pertaining.
when
5
things-
minutes in.
Yes, yeah.
5 minutes in after he's done his whole rant and called you every name in the fucking book.
Yep.
He finally shows up.
But that person, that moderator, had a little restaurant talk at the beginning, which was outside of this group, and it was okay to talk about. But this is about a fellow classmate losing the plot that I'm confronting for shadow work, and it's not applicable.
And there's only one party who's screaming and being rude. And so the way it was dealt with, he was speaking like, oh, both you guys need to, you know, cut it out. You're talking about stuff that's not relevant to the group. There was one party who was obviously being unreasonable. So, yeah, that was interesting.
Yeah, there was no support provided for sure.
Yeah. Odd.
And these are the same clowns that were just coping about calling the cops.
I don't give a tutu about a separate group. What it is about giving a different identity and a different message to a group about all
Hey,
peace.
evil people. That's not a different identity, you idiot.
Stop insulting people, dude. That's not cool.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. It's about having a really level playing field and being open and honest.
And then this idiot shows up, and it's a whole different story that we might not get into right now.
After, in fairness, this person really supported me and is the only one. In fairness, this person is the only one who had my back in this conversation. I have to give them that.
That's usually how it goes too. Like that whole Europa. Oh, go ahead.
But he threw you under the bus eventually.
The week later, he recanted and asked me buddy buddies with Darren. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's how it seems to go. Like it's people just getting ganged up on over this like two-way street situation, or just like other people can do these certain behaviors and they can get away with it and nobody bats an eye. But then when somebody pipes up about something that's like uncomfortable to them, like they get the opportunity to just tee off on you. No holds barred.
Yeah, I mean,
like me criticizing these guys in the One Great Work, and then all these white knights showing up. All, oh, you need to be nice. We need to just build each other up, and blah blah blah. Why are you trying to tear this person down? Like they're so quick to be all, oh, why are you being mean? Don't be mean when it's something that they don't want to talk about, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But it's funny because Mark seems to collect these kind of like unhinged dudes that they're like, oh, he gets away with yelling and cussing. That means I could get away with yelling and cussing. But Mark's doing it to the effect to accentuate his work, where These guys are doing it because they're completely unhinged.
It's a
That's
different
no
kind of
behavior. That's no way to present yourself to the fucking public in any way whatsoever. And it's no way to treat someone who is a classmate of yours in a class that they've paid for. What the fuck kind of moderation is going on here in this class?
That's how you lose
Like,
customers.
holy shit, dude. Mark needs to give me moderation, admin fucking of all his shit. Because I'll start vetting the living shit out of this network.
VGT moderators.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll just all interrogate
like,
people to make sure they're consistent.
You're letting these fucking dill holes run your business into the ground. Like over and over again. How many times is Will Keller gonna come up in some flunky ass fucking situation?
That may or
and
not.
then the psychotherapist.
That may or may
Unreal.
not be the two moderators we're talking about.
He is a moderator of that group. I don't care whether he was there or not. He is there because he's there every fucking time. He's there being quiet because I don't know why. Because he either doesn't care about Mark enough to spend the actual time to actually moderate the group, or he likes the drama because it's against vegans.
Yeah, that's an interesting point.
With everybody and not
You
having
can
one.
ask about what? That
And
there's
then
no fucking aliens coming to help us?
Again, it's continuing. Still no moderator. Unbelievable.
Oh man, dude.
Never.
People paid money. This is a business Mark is running. This looks very unprofessional to the business when this is happening. To like, I wouldn't come back and give Mark any money if I was you, Alicia. If this is how the moderators who work for him treat you, I wouldn't give him any more money. No wonder he's got no one giving him money. If he's had these dickheads scaring everyone away the whole fucking time.
Who want to learn and who want to do better for themselves and, you know, do right by those around them and everything.
Yes,
Truly,
the good ones.
Truly, yeah.
Truly.
It's not a good advertisement. And the technical content I have no complaints. The package that comes with it is concerning for sure.
It would be one thing if it was in the other group. The unofficial group, it would totally be different if it was in the unofficial group, but it's been in both. And it's been, you know, like this was the after class chat. Like that's crazy that this dude would behave that way and then double down on it and just go nuts on you and not be asked to leave for the night. Hey, hey, Darren, maybe you need to go take a night off from the chat. One of these men in the fucking group said it.
This
and the guy who said it is the fucking racist. The guy we just outed for being a racist is the guy who helped. So what does that say about the other fuckheads in this class?
This is Mark's. He provides this stream for people to discuss from 12 to 2:30. It is Mark's stream. It is. It's Mark. It's not it is Mark's stream officially. Yeah.
Yeah. It's wild. But I don't understand the moderation. But we'll continue because it keeps going.
I had an alien discussion.
Alien. She never said anything about
Never. Never. Ever. So I'm not even going to put my place in a position of defense. All I wanted to do was
You don't ever give a single opinion about anything, Alicia. You just fucking listen and then you fucking make retarded comments. I kicked you out of the group because I don't like you and I don't want to talk to you anymore. So I'm going to stop talking.
So in the morning, Darren said you need somebody to protect.
So this like culture, I don't know where this came from. It obviously comes from growing up on social media sites. I'ma block you. I'ma kick you out of my group. Yeah. I'm going to eliminate you from, I don't want to deal with this, is what that's actually saying. I don't want to do shadow work. I don't want to internally learn something about myself and how I deal with people on the daily basis. I don't want to do any of that. I just want to block you. I want to go take the bitch route, go to the little block button and block you.
And make it go away.
Fucking shit. And you're in, and these guys are in they're in Mark's class. That's just the craziest thing about this. Because if this was any other scenario, I would not be as critical. These guys are literally watching Mark's videos where he's talking about this shit. And they're just, I don't want to hear any of that. I just want to hear Mark cuss. And I want to get in his group because he's respected. I don't care about Mark. I don't care about natural law. I just want to get in there and be intellectual in a group of, be in the social group. It's the social thing again. Like, I've scared everyone off my show, like I've good friends of our show are no longer good friends because they're not working. They're not doing the work and they can't handle any criticism. And it's like, how do you claim to be so far along when you're not? And it's the Dunning-Kruger effect. It's people thinking that they're past this because they've learned about what the chart means. Oh, that means I'm at the top. We all think that, obviously. We all think we're at the end of the chart, not up Mount Stupid, but the Dunning-Kruger chart. But it's unbelievable that the socializing and the arguing online and the a lot of the type of people that want to hear themselves talk are the people that completely monopolize these open chats, and they tend to be the most full of shit people.
Pontificating.
But yeah, like Allie hasn't raised her hand once in that class. Because it's like everyone who goes up there and talks to Mark, they're just all, oh, Mark, you're so great. I want you to look at my website, my podcast. And it's just like, oh my God, dude, you guys stop with this shit.
I understand. I mean, that's what people are paying for, to have a direct line to Mark. But
that's really, really what it is. Let's be real.
Which is fine.
You get to talk to him every week if you want to. And it's always the same guys up there talking, the same lady. Cass, what's her name? But so we'll keep going.
To defend you, to which I said I'm an independent human. And a few hours later, I was kicked out, which I don't care. Have your group, have whoever you want. I don't give a tutu about that.
That's not what happened, but whatever.
Okay. But it's just, I just want to
hilarious
that there is
pointless to bring it up
on people, Darren, and it's not, and I think that it's just not fair to have one profile of something. And I really hope, for all intents and purposes, that you're okay, genuinely, But for people to share,
why the fuck would I not be okay when I'm telling you that there's no fucking extraterrestrials helping humanity? Fucking bullshit.
God.
And everybody who believes it deserves to be fucking ridiculed.
Just
like I don't believe in ET either, but this dude's driving me crazy with this shit. Like, I don't think the alien. I agree with him, but you don't beat people with it. And it's not. That's Jerry.
Yeah, that was Jerry's thing.
Correct.
He's messing up, like, he cognitively is not functioning properly with the situation, so it's just he's not okay, obviously.
You guys all show up and within a week, Darren's made Jerry and Alicia cry. And it's just like, holy shit.
It's wild because this person has such a I would say skill. Well, the retention, this person can retain and recite a lot of information. He is very well studied, but I don't see any integration or application of these studies
Yeah.
within himself.
It's
And
outside,
it's like
not
it's kind of
inside.
shocking
Correct.
because he will. Yeah, I don't want to get too into it or whatever. It's about the specific person, but just that I know you've seen it too, Alicia. You've been around this person. It really is. It's impressive on one hand, and like, just pretty disappointing on the other. That can kind of exist all in one person, but that's kind of what it is to be human, I guess.
And that's what's
We're all
been
trying to bridge that gap.
That's what's been going on with this show. We're finding these people that are just like, they have such good things to offer, but then they have these shortcomings that completely flush it all down the toilet.
It always comes to that.
And it's a little.
Yes, Rice's life. He does need to carb up.
And it's just a slight deviation, but a number of weeks back, maybe 3-4 weeks back, Jerry in the night had this epiphany that there were a number of people that needed a spell casting, kicked me out of a support on video creation group. Like, I have a marketing background and I was supporting for a grand total of 1 day. I woke up with a post that I was demonic and there was a spell casting, and I was ejected from that group. Oh yeah.
Oh wow. I didn't know that.
Called her on it. She ignored me, just like this one. Called her on it twice.
Oh my goodness.
Oh yeah.
So it's interesting, just the social, like the social circle behind this class that I'm seeing like throughout these months. I want to say shocking, but it's not really, just because we're all like on Facebook, I think, right? And kind of are like exposed to like the people of the truth movement, but just like getting kind of more personally involved and interacting with these people on a more daily basis or more regular basis. You just see there's something about this that just attracts, like, obviously it attracts the outcast, right, of society, but just with that, like, it's just, there's a lot to do. Like, that's why, like, the shadow work is so important, because it's like we have these people who can retain all this information and study all of these old teachings, and we gotta apply it. Yeah, it's worthless.
They can't get along with our friends,
Or yeah.
Or they can't have the conversations, the hard conversations when they come up. That's all we're seeing, is just people not wanting to have the tougher conversations that they should be having with themselves.
Completely shutting people down.
Do that later, and I'm going to vilify you until I deal with that situation.
Right.
Yeah, like completely shut people down, and like especially like disinclude people from certain things that either we're paid for or not. Either way, like a group dynamic over like an unwillingness to like hear out the other side. That's becoming a recurring theme, where we're just seeing what could be an actually successful movement just completely smolder.
Yeah, because of a couple dickheads that are ruining it for everyone. Literally, there's like a few people I could just put my finger on,
They're needing the narcissistic light, basically. They need this battery recharged off of inflicting whatever on others, and there's something wrong with that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like you should never go full retard, people. Holy crap. Like
you got to have some kind of like some level of awareness, something to bring you back when you start realizing you're getting emotionally out of hand. You have to, like, I've had moments like that where I've gotten into heated arguments with people, and then I stop and like I just kind of like laugh at the situation. I'm like, wow, I'm acting like a real jerk right now. I'm like, I'm out of sorts. And like that opens up a moment of like humility, where everybody's just able to like pick up the pieces and be like, oh, this is why we're friends. This is why we're talking.
And for the record, this was not limited to me. This was a full array of people that had been going on for a number of weeks. Bad.
I'm sure.
It was a bit of an Armageddon, and it was left to happen. I don't know. So I just
see no work being done. I see a lot of energy being expelled and no work being done. And I see lots of chaos agents. And Darren's in the back. If you want to talk to him, I'll bring him up. But if you don't want to, he can come back next week or something.
I mean, if it needs to be hashed out, go for it. I mean, I'm happy for a person.
It's up to you.
I'm happy for a person to defend themselves. This isn't anybody trying to defame, because let's let this play out first to the end, and then
Yeah.
Because my point of bringing this has never been to defame or to whatever, but when you project an image and it's not the truth, I have an issue with that, and I think that's a part of the work that we're learning with Mark. If I'm wrong, tell me.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not true.
I have never talked about ET stuff ever.
She said something.
What do you talk about, actually? Nothing. You sit there and waste time asking questions like
I
this.
don't need you to throw it.
Oh no, you ask questions.
A distraction ball. I'm not going to go
You
chase.
did need it. You did need it because you brought it up. Now you got my answer. I hope you don't like it.
And your situation right now, and projecting an image of one thing and being another. That is
Why
all.
don't you go to another Kabbalah service with Madonna in Toronto then, okay?
For the group, I studied Kabbalah in 2003. And that's okay.
Whatever.
I studied it in the past. It was 20 years ago, and I left it because I realized they were a cult. That's fine. Like, we're all entitled to have an experience, and it's that. Mark Passio was an ex-satanic priest. So what? You're going to hold his cult? So who cares?
So what? You bring a private issue into a public forum, and just what? So I'm wrong because I yelled at you? I don't give a fuck what you think. That was a private issue you brought into the public sphere. I'm going to say what the fuck I want.
Yell. You just went, whoop, and then you come off all pious.
You
Go ahead.
ghosted her, and then you fucking shut the group down. That's not cool at all. Cool, man.
I'm not here to be cool. I don't give a fuck what anybody thinks about that. I like you, Suave, but Alicia's retarded, bro. And I didn't want to say it, but she asked, and you know, that's how that is.
You know,
It's
when
okay. We don't all have to be friends.
Deflect and attack. There's no need to deflect and attack. That is just a defensive thing. So I just wanted clarity to come.
Oh, Alicia, you don't ever talk about natural law. You don't ever talk about anything you know or believe. You just ask questions.
About natural law. She's a great help in the great work to other people, and you have no idea. Shut the fuck up, dude.
Well, I'm glad she's doing good in your group then, you know?
Yeah. It's
Well,
great.
I mean, you know, like I said, we weren't on the same page.
There's one thing about talking about being a gatekeeper and all these, and then there's actually walking the talk through other aspects of your life. And I think as fellow
So now I can never get angry because I'm a spiritual person. Is that it?
Who said you can't get
you just have to be accurate about the people you're talking shit on.
Good point.
Okay.
What? You don't have to be accurate about what? About people? Say that again, Slav Squatch.
Said you have to be accurate about the people you're talking shit on. So if you're
John Bob.
giving somebody a hard time that doesn't deserve it, you look bad, and it's just wrong.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, we had a lot of interactions, and we're not on the same page. That's it.
I don't need to be
So
on
I
the same
don't have to apologize for being a personality that doesn't mesh with you. So I was compassionate to the other guy, and I don't really get along with you. So just whatever. I don't see why it had to be brought up. You could have messaged me privately about it.
No, you could have said, I'm
No,
sorry privately about it. So when you convey an impression to a group that isn't a reflection of reality, it's a culting
So
thing.
does everybody see? No, you're a moron. You think that why would I bring up something like negative when so am I supposed to reveal every facet of my personality in every conversation ever? Or was I talking about something specific that happened this week?
I'm not following
So
your.
let's talk about sometime you had a bad day. Let's talk about something that's not relevant. No, what I'm saying is that what I brought up was relevant to what I wanted to talk about, and this is what he wanted to talk about.
He wants to excuse us because he had a bad day. Yeah.
That's it. And so if you've had a bad day, then just fess up and go, I lost the plot. I'm sorry to my fellow classmates. I went on the other
I said
side.
that last week.
No, you need to. I think that there's a
No,
responsibility.
I don't. No, I don't. Because fundamentally, I was talking natural law. Aliens are fucking fake and gay, and I don't want to hear any of this goddamn shit. So
This alien
that's
thing
it.
is in your head, Darren. I don't even talk alien, period. So
Or it's in my head. I'm not one claiming to be a starseed Canadian blue alien fuck. Okay.
Yeah, but
Talk to
that
Jerry,
person is
Miko,
not
and Meg.
That person is not in this conversation.
No, Steve.
I don't even know what
Does
he's
it?
talking about.
So let's all pretend like we don't understand. You don't understand what they're talking about. Yeah,
Well, that's,
whatever.
That's a topic
Wow.
that is definitely not part of this conversation, dude.
So he's turning into
That's
a
why I
child.
went off. So that was a week where I was really fucking pissed that we have all these fucking psyop believers in the natural law group.
When you're pissed, you gotta be careful.
That's fine to be pissed about that. It's completely okay to be pissed about that.
Just gotta mention it to the right person. Like you can't project is like the main point here. Like no,
Or
we already kind of brought that. But
he's always posting all this shit. Why don't you put together a little package of links and stuff about how aliens are fake and show it to her nicely?
True. Yeah, that is a.
But I have nothing to do with aliens.
To the right person, though. Yeah,
To the right person.
To the right person.
To the right person.
If Alicia starts getting these messages, she should probably be a little confused and concerned. But
this was the first time he ever brought it up to me, and I'm like, I don't know what you're talking about because it has nothing to do with me.
No, unhinged.
Okay, when you put it that way, that makes sense. You know what, Alicia? It's possible that I could have painted things with a broad brush, but I'm not 100% sure.
So that was not an apology.
And have a conversation. All I'm wanting to bring to the group is I'm seeing this image projected.
Are you trying to paint me as a hypocrite? Is that what you're doing? Because we can go it out. We can do that.
Oh my god.
Up until this
Jesus
moment,
Christ, dude.
I just actually have nothing but compassion for you. And I
don't want your compassion. I want you to meet me on the level and talk to me openly about.
And I'm doing that because I think that
Are you doing that in a pedantic way that's actually belittling me and not trying to see where I'm coming from?
Does it
what?
sound like it's pedantic? No, I'm
Hear
not.
her out, dude.
You know, honestly, it sounds like the disconnection here is Darren is saying like the Alicia was saying like pushing this point of view about aliens, and Alicia was saying that never happened.
No, she wants to ridicule me for an emotional. She wants to ridicule me for being in an excited emotional state, but really, like, it's not. There's no. It's really nothing.
Oh my God.
She literally said it. I'm talking about having compassion on this guy.
She was
No, she wants to publish.
He's having to come up with stuff on the fly because he doesn't have anything.
Because
That's
it's
why
been
it's
that
taking
way
him so long to get those words out.
all along. It's been that everything is.
And he could have just thrown in the towel at any time and been like, "My bad."
That's
you know,
it.
But that whole like, "Oh, I might have been wrong, but I don't really think I was." Like,
yeah,
that's just like, "Oh, I'll kind of say I'm sorry to the group, so the group won't think I'm an asshole." But that wasn't an apology in the least bit.
that is shadow work, like being able to stop and say, like, admit when you're wrong.
I'm wrong,
or when you don't.
I'm
know.
wrong.
Yeah.
Yep.
I was
But
wrong.
this is like he's and then this conversation is like a conversation you guys would be having on a phone. Like he's not able to read the room and be like, "Hey, this is a classroom. No one wants to hear about like this isn't how you talk."
no one wants to hear yelling. Like we all have like childhood trauma and stuff too. Like this
Yeah.
is what causes all this stuff. Like it's not healthy for anyone, really.
People aren't prepared for it or
Especially,
ready for it.
like you said, in a classroom setting, like, or even whatever, even if it's
Different
casual,
if it's
like,
primal scream therapy, but this isn't primal scream therapy. Like,
If only it was
and
even
even in
yelling.
primal scream therapy, people, it's very structured. It's not just
currently
someone
all
going
managed-
unhinged on someone for no reason and then defending themselves to the death when it's so obvious.
Yeah. Hurling all manner of accusations, then I'm a retard, I'm a whatever. And I actually have never internalized any of these things because none of this had anything to do
No,
with
it's not
me.
true. Yeah, of course.
So, like, that's why I've been able to be, and I'm not going to meet that level because what he, and I am sure he's listening to this, what he wants is blood. What he wants is for you to meet him where he's at. And I'm not there on any level.
Yeah.
Like,
No.
just learn to be a better human, see this as a learning opportunity, stop doing this to people because it's wrong. And if you don't want to stop doing it, then get the hell out of this natural lawn and get out.
Get out. Get away from my movement, you fucks. I've been telling you for months. Oh.
Or just
Oh,
readjust.
boy.
Course correct. That's a really big one. Course correcting too, like readjusting, recalibrating.
Yeah.
That can
No, and
that can make a huge difference.
Dude, defending yourself when you're wrong is the most pathetic shit. And it's something you have to deal with. It's something couples have to deal with in relationships too, because, like it can get real nasty sometimes and you'll find yourself just like defending the dumbest fucking shit, and you're like, I'm not like, we have to call each other out all the time. Like, hey, this isn't some fucking weird debate, like, like it's, you have to know when to throw in the towel and be like, all right, my bad. And it's not that hard. And it actually feels a lot better afterwards.
Yeah, true.
So it's a little questionable that he's still defending himself at this point. It seems like he's just extremely triggered and is just can't do anything but be belligerent once he's triggered.
And
which, if that's an attribute to his personality, he needs to warn people about that. And he needs to control himself and isolate himself when he's like that. We've all grown up with bipolar parents. We know, that they, if they care about being bipolar and want to stay in the family, they have to do some shit. They have to isolate themselves sometimes when they're having a fucking fit or something.
Self-regulation is huge.
Sure.
Yeah, you have to know how to do this, whether you have mental health problems or not, whether you have a big ego or you have a mental health problem or you're just, who knows what. You have to be able to throw in the towel. And just, this is a public, like this, I know the group is private, but you're doing this in public, and this is your public behavior. Like learning to read the room is very important for self-preservation in life. You're not going to get anywhere. Just like the guy who told me that I should have just been belligerently going crazy on Direct D about veganism. That's not the greatest tactic for that scenario. I've read the room. I understand the situation. Therefore, I'm not going to take that tactic. That's a tactic I take on my show because that's what I have fun doing on my show. When I'm on someone else's, I'm going to be a little bit more respectable about how I deliver information to them, especially if I want to stay hanging out there. You have to learn its tactics. You got to learn good tactics for being around people and working with people, or you have to go off and be by yourself. One or the other. None of this fucking middle shit where you're going to fucking go crazy on people and not be able to hold yourself accountable in the least bit. Days later, the next day you should be like, okay, sorry, my bad. But this is days later. Now he's backstage saying wants to apologize.
Which is okay. Can we just finish this and then
whatever you want to do.
I'm fine with that. Like, I mean, we're in hopefully a moderated forum on this time, you know. But I also want like, I have done a lot of, in my own way, I help people with this stuff, and I've had my own journeys in it, and they'll continue until our last breath of life. But so for this individual, what do they think is the trigger? Go to that area and try to recognize what is the trigger and do some healing around what the trigger is, because that's the root of where this is exploded. And just use this as a learning moment and a healing moment. Like, you're still not seeing anger come out of me. Was it deeply hurtful? It was hurtful. I mean, it was around my classmates that I was both not supported and I was deeply ridiculed. Kind of not cool. And yet, as a fellow classmate, I was trying to help. Whatever. I had to also, I just
no
had
good
to
deed
stand up.
goes unpunished.
Well, exactly. I've heard that twice. Okay, continue.
Is this worth continuing? Was there good stuff at the end?
By what you did to her, dude. That's why she's, that's what happened.
But there's a reason I did that.
Yeah, but it's not good enough, man.
So if I don't feel like the vibe that she's bringing to my group is conducive to anything, because
you could have confronted her about it and told.
He's trying to deflect to a completely different subject than what we're talking about. We're talking about his behavior, and how he treats people.
That was
and we're not talking about.
That was Slav interjecting to Darren.
Yeah, and I mean, I understand like getting kicked out of the group sucks and everything, but like that's the least kind of important thing to me. It's this other stuff. I mean, it's very telling, but it's like, this stuff's way juicier. Him like throwing his temper tantrum and stuff is, very strange behavior from someone who's supposed to be.
And then we can. I don't think it's too much longer.
And respect her like that, not just fucking.
I just want to bring the parallel of. So the reason why I've come on, Darren, is not to come and publicly ridicule you. We're all classmates together, and we're all trying to do this work together. And projecting one image and doing in another, we're also trying to bring.
The reason I kicked you out of the group is because you have a really.
Could you just let her talk?
Yeah.
When you were bringing up the situation with the person at the fence, it was a violation of a boundary, but you showed compassion towards that. And on the other end, I was the recipient of the opposite from you. And so I just want to bring that up. I have not had any anger towards you, and I'm not trying to be Gandhi or anything. I just didn't have it because one, there was no discourse or discussion. It was a boom. And I just think that we're all here to support one another and to help each other evolve. And we're all going to be unique. But I'm just not okay. It doesn't sit well where there's a projection of the guy at the fence, but really you were that guy at the fence to many people, actually, for whatever reasons. And I'll just hold it to myself. For me, it was just very off. And I'm not here to, it's not about airing dirty laundry or anything like that, but there is, like, just walk the talk. And if we can get to a place of being whatever, I don't know what talk was going on.
No, I don't have to justify it to you, but since you asked, you are not compatible with the group. We had a video chat. Kurt was in it, okay? Like, dude, you do not respect the fucking masculine energy of our group.
Are you explaining this now when you could have explained
Because she opened the fucking door.
To her face then, dude.
We had a video chat. We've had multiple private chats. It's not as out of the blue as she's claiming it to be.
No, the out of the
He had
blue
no
is
idea. He had no clue.
none. It was a very sudden snap, and just like the person at the fence, Darren, that is what I was met with.
We were discussing natural law. You were not on board with all the principles being discussed. I decided you weren't a good fit for the group, and that was it.
That's not true, Darren.
You even told us that we need to have our own group with masculine energy. So I didn't feel the need.
Yeah, but that would have been agreed upon with respect to Alicia. But it was done without any respect to her.
And for the record, Darren, for
There's
the
no
record,
respectful way to tell her that I'm kicking her out of the group.
can I just say to the broader
So I
audience,
just deleted the group.
I actually, with regards to a masculine energy, there was a point in the conversation where I said, should I leave in this moment because I feel like it's a masculine discussion?
And that was some fucking bullshit, and it was really stupid, and you were very fucking demeaning with me and Kurt, and you kept like fucking smirking like you are now, saying, oh, there's so much masculine energy in the group. Yeah, you weren't.
Time was
You weren't in that. You weren't in that one,
more
Steve.
masculine energy in you than most men. And Steve was on that call, so he would have heard that. And I repeatedly said, I literally have no issue with this. I have no issue with this whatsoever. I'm okay with backing out of a group. I don't care that I'm not in your group.
Offered to us if we wanted to have guy moments. Offered to us if like we wanted to have, talk, without her, like she'll leave. Literally, it was like totally cool. Like, dude, it was weird, man.
Yeah, no, she doesn't really respect the masculine energy and to be in the group with me. So
it's the absolute antithesis.
No, because you refused to have any impassionate discussion. We were trying to speak of something, and you purposely remain a fly on the wall all the time. You don't get into the conversation, at least when you were in the group with us.
True.
It was not a good fit.
It's not
true. It is.
That's inaccurate.
It actually is.
It's inaccurate. It's inaccurate.
No, it's not.
It's fine. It's an accurate statement.
Yeah. Whatever.
I just, you know what, when we talk about the unholy feminine and the balance of the different genders, sometimes I just, I completely have had utter respect for that. I'm not even going to follow your distraction ball because that's what this is. First, I just want you to understand that there was a moment where you just lit off and then there was not an accountability factor of your conduct. If you feel that that's still inherently right in this moment as you would behave now given the same conditions, that's fine.
Yeah, I do.
The man at the fence is not who you are in totality, and I want you to hear that.
I don't give a fuck about your Jocasta complex pedantic bullshit. I don't give a fuck, and you can talk to my inner child all you want.
I don't need to.
I don't care, and I'm going to keep responding until you stop talking to me.
I have brought to light that which is hidden, and I'm good with that.
All right. Good job, Lucifer. Excellent. That I'm so enlightened now. Thank you.
It wasn't for you to be enlightened, clearly.
Okay. So yeah, I think
everybody knows I'm a hypocrite.
This is a moderator coming in now.
2 hours later. Oh, you're muted, Jeffrey.
Sorry. So now the moderator, who is a licensed mental health therapist, finally shows up. Sorry, screaming in her ear. Finally shows up. Like, wouldn't you have, if I was a mental health therapist, I would have jumped in a long time ago. If I was a moderator, I would have jumped in a long time ago. Where are these guys? And I mean, sure, you're not paying him for therapy, but like, come on, bro. Like, isn't this like what we're all doing here? Like,
But
holy crap.
Wait till you hear what he says.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, what's going to be important, I think, is to I think this group is really well served if we talk about how to do the one great work and put stuff together and learn how to do the technology that we're learning. I think that's going to be best
Oh
for
my
this.
God.
I think, both of you have shared what you're going to.
Let's not try and help people with their shadow work. Let's not be petty. Let's not.
It was brushed
Let's
to the
not do
side.
any work. Let's just talk about doing work. It's it's this whole thing with these dudes attacking me because I'm critiquing them because they're doing garbage work. I don't get this. Oh, let's just all be nice, people. Let's not talk about this kind of stuff, which
New
means,
age.
oh,
New
fuck
age.
you, Alicia, basically. We don't care that you're being attacked by a crazy person in the chat.
Right.
I think we just
In
need
the
to
group
accept-
that you paid to be in, where you wouldn't expect to be attacked verbally by one of the other people. You would at least expect in a professional setting that a moderator would come in and shut someone down.
Yeah, he was literally saying
at least
he's saying like we just need to accept that this is going to be the new normal. This is the precedent. Like this is going to be a common occurrence, so we're just going to ignore the issues and just all pretend to be happy. Put on your smiling mask tomorrow.
Because we're changing the world, everyone. We're changing the world, but we're not trying to help or change anyone around us. But we're changing the world.
Yeah.
And this isn't corporate America.
Fuck the animals. Save humanity first. Remember, guys? Fuck humanity. Fuck the animals. Save humanity first. Because we can only do one thing at a time.
So this ends in a moment after what he says.
Thank God.
To share, and so that maybe be best to be left alone, and let's continue on to, if we can, to sort of get the energy back to talk about how to do the one great work, because this is not going to help us, and we're already losing, and we don't really want to.
Forced shadow work isn't going to help us.
Yeah, the truth isn't going to help
The
us.
truth isn't going to help us. Holding our peers accountable isn't going to help us.
I mean, what a wasted moment for also the individual. After all of that work and effort, he just throws it out. Like, it's shocking.
Yeah, like there was like a moral to the story, like teachable moment there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everybody could work that out. That's crazy.
Good Lord.
Lose any further. So.
And for your own personal lives, like I don't know if you could work. Maybe it's worth arguing if you could get over the argument and be friends. But if you're just gonna do nothing but argue, it's like a distraction to both of you. You should go your separate ways and be happy, or or resolve.
Jeff talks so loud you can never hear anyone over him.
Something by
kind of like me.
By arguing and be happy.
Must be a Jeff thing.
Happy, but like
yeah, good point, Jeff. And then let's just move on.
I can't tell whether you're doing that. I don't even understand all of what it's about. It's like it's pretty complicated stuff. Like, but yeah, I guess I agree with you, Dustin. Like, we don't all need the distraction, but it doesn't mean I don't care about you guys. I hope you guys resolve it. But maybe
yeah. So let's. So
I hope
yeah,
you stop believing in aliens or something.
Like literally, that was way cooler than what the other guy said.
Sure.
Yeah, true.
Yep.
Like, oh, I hope you guys figure this out. Like, let me know if you need help. No, let's just stop this because this isn't helping anyone. 2 hours later, after the whole thing happened, like.
And that individual was witness to it happening on prior occasions, plural, to many people.
Yeah.
Like this wasn't an isolated incident. So, yeah, there's that. If you want to bring Darren in, you're welcome to. I'm okay with that. It's up to you. It's your thing. What do you guys think?
I mean, yeah, let's see what he has to say. Because I have some questions. Because I'm confused about some stuff. Hey, Darren.
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you sound good.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks for having me. First and foremost, obviously, Alicia, you are owed a sincere apology, but even that is not enough. You know, basically, I just got to keep doing my shadow work and prove, you know, over time that I'm growing as a person. And I wasn't ready to do that, you know, the other night. So I apologize. But I'm going to continue working on it. It's not just going to be a one-time apology. And then I could,
Thank you.
like just give a little bit of context because I don't want to make an excuse for my behavior, which is inappropriate, obviously. But essentially, yeah, I apologized the week before because I wigged out because, you know, I hate aliens. Like, there's two things I hate in this world. It's like aliens and robots. Just hate them.
Yeah, I think we got that, bro.
Yeah. But like, so it freaked me out, like, that, like, I don't know, it's just a personal thing. Like I said the week before, like I've had some real bad experience with entities growing up and I hate them. So essentially, yeah, that's how I was triggered, but I don't want to make it, you know, like it's just whatever. I mean, I have things to work on and I shouldn't let that affect my interactions with other people.
May I ask a question, Darren?
Of course.
Thank you for coming and saying that. I appreciate that. And the one thing with this ET alien starseed thing, we all know that's Jerry. And I think it was the week late. At some point, you went on and you turned around and had another podcast with Jerry. So if you get triggered by it, why would you do a podcast with the very isn't
right?
Well, I don't want to. I don't want to
No,
challenge
no problem. No,
I don't want to
problem.
challenge you.
We didn't bring it up in the podcast, and I wasn't going to bring it up. And if it had been brought up in the podcast, I would have just like quietly left.
Okay. All right.
But good question. And another thing is like, with your thing, like when I folded the group, actually you didn't do much. It's just that the part where I was getting over the whole, you know, raging against aliens thing, and then in our group when we were talking, I asked about like just certain things, like if you want to share, like I said, it doesn't really matter because like I was wrong, but you know, I was essentially trying to filter out like who I want to associate with, and I couldn't figure out like. So when I asked you about like, you know, like what techniques do you remember from like this spiritual discipline or this, you know, like I just couldn't. I was trying to get you to share like when we were sharing about hermetics and stuff, and you said you didn't remember, which, you know, maybe you don't. Like, I mean, but I didn't believe it at the time. But
Yeah, it was
like,
20
you really
years
didn't
ago.
do anything. Well, yeah. So I just, like I said, I'm not trying to make an excuse. I just didn't really know if whether to believe that or not, or whether you're just like not wanting to share. So I just like kind of cut ties quietly, and I didn't really have much against you like at the time, but I thought like when you brought it up in the group, I thought like, well, yeah, I apologize for going off, but then like I thought that was a separate issue, and then I just defended my ego, which, you know, fucking failed. So I apologize.
And if I can say this to you, and maybe it can help circumvent something like this perhaps coming again for you, Darren, is I genuinely don't remember it. Something from 20 years ago. Darren is referencing my time at Kabbalah. I was in London, and yes, Madonna came, but who cares? And then I left when I saw it was a cult, and that's it. But also, when you were seeking information, you were seeking information that they didn't teach us. So you had gone deeper into the Kabbalah principles, but which wasn't taught to us. I can't give you what I don't have. Plus, whatever was there, I've kind of disassociated from. So it was a genuine answer. You're hearing it from me now. I just wish
I believe you. I wasn't sure at the time, so
sure.
You know,
I just wish you'd ask.
And for me, it's like, you know, it's not uncommon like for me to remember something 20 years ago, what I had for my birthday 20 years ago, what, you know, what I ate 20 years, like, I don't know. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
I just like assumed you remembered stuff.
But it was a cult experience, so that's not
Sure.
something you want to hold near and dear to you.
I
Right?
hear you.
Thanks. Thank you. Did you have questions, Jeffrey? Thank you, Darren. I'm good.
I guess not.
Okay.
Well, I also wanted to bring up the other thing because I think Jeff had some good points, and maybe you could help me, Jeff, as someone more experienced in natural law. In my personal life, I have gotten in trouble for exercising my right to self-defense. So, you know, that was me who called the cops. And I was listening to you guys, and I'm like, well, fuck. You know, like I said, I didn't feel right about calling them. So let me just ask somebody who obviously fucking called me out for doing it. And the lock on the gate thing is a great suggestion. But like, what do you do? Like, I've literally been arrested, like not convicted, but I have been arrested multiple times for defending myself. And I've been robbed at gunpoint before several times. So like, I'm just wondering, like in a society where like my right to self-defense depends on someone else's opinion, what do you do? Because at the time I had to leave for work, so like,
without knowing
I didn't want
your
to leave my property unattended.
Yeah, without knowing the circumstances of your previous situations, you can't. It's like when you go to do gun training, they teach you, to always be on yellow. Don't be on red. Don't be on green. Green is like you're just completely oblivious to any kind of crime happening around you, or you're completely oblivious to your own security. Yellow means you're paying attention and you're logically keeping a barrier between you and the crime. And then red is walking around with your hand on your gun at all times, looking for a fight, basically. So I don't really know your previous situations, but it sounds like if you got in trouble, you probably didn't react in a legal way. I don't know. But in your house,
San Diego,
in your
when I got
house is the
arrested.
easiest.
It was San Diego.
I mean,
I was walking on the sidewalk. I
don't-
asked the dude for a cigarette. He cussed me out. He followed me 3 blocks. I
Yeah.
turned around and I was like, dude, there's traffic, so I couldn't cross the street. I was like, will you stop following me and threatening me? And we scrapped. But my thing is like, yeah, I mean, I'm always like, yeah, I want to like learn alternatives, but just to provide some context, the house next door to me, about 8 feet, like whatever the width of my driveway is, got Molotov twice early this year by fucking Salafi Muslims, dude, because their sister was living there and she had a boyfriend. So like, I'm kind of on a higher alert level at my house because like there's been fucking literal terrorist attacks here.
Okay, well, you're not dating the daughter of the Muslim
but my
guy,
house
right?
could have caught fire.
So
though.
why
That's
would
what
you
I'm
be
saying.
worried?
No, my house could have caught fire. It's very close.
I mean,
That
do you
house-
not understand what the castle doctrine or anything like that? In
No,
your
but
house,
in
it's very
Michigan,
easy to defend yourself in your house.
Totally, but we still like. Yes, there is castle doctrine in Michigan, but there's also lots and lots of liberal prosecutors where like you still get taken in, you still have to sort it out. In other words,
That's
like
gonna be something you always get. It's always, dude, life is unfair and you're always gonna possibly be put in a situation that sucks and isn't fair. But
right.
keeping your home, your property secure, i.e. locking gates and shit like that, it creates a barrier to where if someone breaks that barrier, you have a right to shoot them if you see that is necessary.
Right.
Leaving stuff open and like going outside and talking to the guy and like you're just inviting a questionable, you're kind of inviting error to happen where the lines are blurred. Just lock all your shit, and if someone kicks down your door, if they seem like they're gonna kill you, shoot them in the fucking kneecaps or something. Like if they don't have a gun, shoot him in the fucking kneecaps. It's not going to kill him. It's
Yeah, I
going to
mean,
stop
my
him.
thing was like, I
you know?
didn't want someone like fucking around on my property without, like I had to leave for work. So
Secure
but
your
I feel
fucking
ya.
property, bro.
I'll make you this promise. I mean, I'm going to Home Depot tomorrow. I'm getting locks and chains. Teachable moment, and
Secure your
you know,
property. Therefore,
I
no
heard that.
weird. You won't be put in a situation where you got to shoot a guy or call the cops
Yeah.
because he
Of course, I have
was climbing.
signs, but
He got through your open gate.
Right.
Crazy people aren't going to be scared of dogs, dude. You got to stop them. And so you
Right.
make them jump your fence, then you can shoot them. If you have it left open and you open it and have an altercation, then it's questionable. You
Right.
gotta have first, no trespassing signs if you want. Put up, dude, blink cameras are dirt
I
cheap.
have blink cameras.
Yeah,
I have
dude.
them. I have like 4.
I don't see where your security problem is. Are you not allowed to have firearms?
No, well, I have my nunchucks. So what I'm saying is,
Yeah,
if
but
I use
nunchucks
the
aren't
nunchuck, so
scary.
if I
You need
use my
something
hands,
scary,
dude,
like a
but
machete.
I don't.
If you can't have
Yeah,
a
I have
gun,
a
go buy a
machete.
big fucking machete.
Yeah, I do.
That'll scare
I
the
do.
shit out of anyone coming to your house, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you could
I
brandish
have a
that.
machete. Yeah, I do.
Yeah. So, you can't, you can't open the door to people and talk to them and shit when they're out there. You're inviting trouble when you do that. So, lock your gates and don't interact unless they're fully breaking in, then film it. And if you have to use deadly force, it should only be if deadly force is being, like if someone's come in with a gun or, like something a little bit more scary than, at least in my opinion, I won't kill if I don't feel like someone has the ability to kill me. Like I said, I'll shoot them in their kneecaps. I'll ruin their fucking lives, but I'm not going to kill them. And I'm card carrying fucking, Second Amendment guy over here, big time, but I'm reasonable about that. Some people will say, I'll kill anyone who looks at me wrong near my property,
Right.
I don't agree with that shit, and there are
Neither do
people,
I.
there are guys that have gone to jail. Like you're saying, oh, people get prosecuted. No, guys get thrown in jail for killing people. Like there were 2 kids that broke into a house a couple years ago. 2 dumb, like a girl and a boy. They broke into some garage, just looking around, being curious kids. The owner was there and blew both their fucking heads off.
Right.
I'm not into that.
Right.
This whole oh, I bought a gun and I can't wait to use. I can't wait for someone to break into my house so I can shoot them. Like that's fucking bullshit. That's Satanist bullshit. So
exactly.
it just, you got to read the room. You got to know
But
your
still,
environment.
like what you're saying is, unless someone's actually a threat to me, you still wouldn't call the cops, even if you had to defend yourself, even if they were like,
fuck no,
let's
dude.
say
I'm going to
trying
dig
to
a big hole and throw them in there.
All right. Hey, man, that was the first time it had really happened, so I appreciate you saying that.
No, dude, never call the cops, bro. They might come and shoot you. It happens all the time.
I feel you.
They might come and shoot your fucking dogs.
I mean, that's
and like
why
you
it's
said,
like
it's just like
it is like
deal
life
with
or death. Like for me personally, like calling 911
Life
or
or death.
it is like there's nothing else. And yeah, life's not a video game. We can't reload, right? So yeah, well, there's nothing else other than the state, I guess. But that it's like last resort shit. And something we found out about recently, just as far as like the legal angle. Okay, let's say something happens, there's some altercation, you need to defend yourself from property, and I've heard people argue for this. Well, then there needs to be some sort of contact that you made with the police beforehand so you can justify yourself. You can file police reports online. We found out from our town, which whatever. But yeah, so there's ways to where you don't have to, you can legally protect yourself. And it's the equivalent of giving the notification to the authorities that, hey, I am on alert if something happens. I'm going to do this. I've reported to you guys, and so there's a ways to establish legality. Even we're in California, so it's you can still there's still ways where you can protect yourself living in this fucked up system, but be aligned with natural law. At least as much as we can be in that sense. But
yeah,
that's the extent of our at least our interaction with the police
with
in our life.
having the internet and being able to place a report online. Like you could already do a report. I mean, you could have. Okay, this isn't a life or death situation. Therefore, I can write a report because that will alert the police of the thing that happened, and you don't ever have to have the interaction of having police come to you, because that's not something you want to do ever. Especially if you're unsure about stuff, because they'll just talk you into lying. They'll lie to you into saying something stupid. You know how cops are, and they don't care who all they care is a quota. If they could arrest both the parties, the caller and the criminal or whatever, they will. Like they don't care.
They're having a bad.
Oh, it's happened. Yeah.
So there's no reason to call them outside of life or death, because you can, and even if it's some legality thing where you're like, I just want, just to cover my ass, I want to make sure that the cops know that this happened before once. Like if it's someone who's like coming on your property often and you're like, shit, I don't know how to deal with this person outside. I don't want to shoot them. I don't necessarily want the cops to come here and shoot them or shoot me or shoot my dogs. I'm going to report it. Therefore, if I have to do something someday, I at least told the police. I didn't just take it upon myself to be the police,
There's evidence of you establishing that there is a problem, and that's not just some random act of violence on your part.
The police are bad actors. They're bad actors that are guaranteed.
Area, like doors get kicked open all the time by criminals, and it's just the first time it's happened to me when I've had that happen at my place. But yeah, I feel you, man.
Be more prepared next time. That's all I can say is be more prepared last time. And don't interact. Lock your gates. Your dogs aren't going to scare everyone away. Some people are kind of crazy.
Right. Yeah, we have those people with fake utility company vests, and knock on the door, say they're from the gas company, and then you're fucking getting robbed. We've seen a lot of that in the neighborhood. So I feel you, man. I'll get some locks in the morning. But more importantly,
people
don't want to remain a fucking
lock
idiot.
Doors and stuff, like treat them like cops.
Yeah, talk to everyone through the wall.
I did.
Them have to come to you.
Yeah.
Make them have to,
kick the door down, break the
open the door.
window,
I just
jump
said
your
hello
fence.
through the door.
Make them do that to get to you.
Especially being in a state that's a liberal state.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'd rather be an idiot for like a day instead of like forever.
Yeah. How do I get rid of this?
Just maybe put up
Share new one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, was that the only thing you wanted to know, Darren? Okay.
Yeah, that's all. Thank you.
This guy, Let's Talk Religion. He's the guy who did the video we watched last week about why philosophers were vegan. I saw this video, watched a little bit of it, and it's pretty relevant to our stuff. But I think we're gonna probably just play this one out. We got 4 hours in. We'll probably just let this video play. We'll see you guys next week. I think that's all I wanted to cover. Thanks for coming, Alicia. Good to see you, Bracky. Thanks for showing your face up here, Darren. Most of these fools we critique run away and hide and block us and all kinds of stuff. So thanks for at least facing it. Yeah. We'll see you guys next week.
Guys, glad you guys were able to
like and subscribe to Allie's page too. It's called Light Occult Revival.
on YouTube.
Please hit the like and subscribe button, and please do that weekly because it will help the videos get to lots more people who we can introduce natural law and veganism to. See you next week.
Secret evil rituals, pentagrams, sacrifices, blood, and demons. These are some of the things that we find associated with Satanism in pop culture. We find it in episodes of The X-Files, in movies like Paranormal Activity or in Rosemary's Baby, and of course in the imagery of metal music. But what is Satanism really? Is there such a thing in reality? And if so, does it look anything like what we see in the movies? What is the history of Satanism and the devil? And what can that teach us about religion, secularism, and other movements in the modern and contemporary world? These are some of the questions that we will explore as we dive into the occult world of Satanism. In the 1980s and 90s, there were many accounts and controversies surrounding supposed satanic rituals in the woods, and a great concern among many people about these satanic themes in some popular and underground music. This phenomenon became known as the Satanic Panic, where fear surrounding this topic was at an all-time high, a phenomenon that still affects culture to a major degree today. There were many claims of satanic rituals being performed in the woods, of people being murdered by satanic cults, and music included subliminal messages leading to these kinds of actions. This was the claim, at least. As a result, a lot of people were actually put on trial or accused of things that, in the end, turned out to be entirely unsubstantiated, which still had major negative effects on their lives and those around them. But this was nothing new. Any reading of Christian history will reveal that anxieties and claims of Satanism have popped up from time to time, almost always as a way for the church to label heretics, and almost always being completely unsupported and false. So claims of people being Satanists, always determined by those outside the group in question, have existed for a large part of history. The whole history of Satan as the epitome of evil, a spiritual being that opposes God, terrorizes human beings with his demons, and lures them into sin, is one that develops primarily in early Christianity. The word Satan is Semitic or Hebrew in origin, and we can find it in the Hebrew Bible or the Old Testament. It means something like opposer, adversary, or accuser, and it shows up perhaps most prominently in the book of Job, where a Satan is the one that doubts Job's true devotion and tells God to send him trouble as a test. Now, there's no reason to think that Satan is used here as a name for this character, however, but functions primarily as a more literal designation of an adversary to God. In fact, putting aside later Christian interpolations and readings into the Hebrew Bible, there is really no reference at all to any devil or Satan as we know him today in all or any of the Old Testament or Hebrew Bible. But by the time of Jesus and the New Testament, things had started to change. The movement known as apocalypticism had a major impact on the theology and worldview of the Jews, where, for example, there was a much more distinct idea of the perpetual conflict between good and evil, along with teachings about a coming day of judgment. Many have early Christians formulated and expanded the doctrines of their religion, the character of Satan was expanded upon. He was projected backwards onto the Old Testament. For example, the serpent in the Garden of Eden in the book of Genesis was now interpreted to be Satan that had tempted Adam and Eve and led to original sin, according to the Church Father Augustine, for example. Eventually, the devil thus took on the form that we know him as today and serves as an important, albeit not always prominent, part of Christian theology. Through these developments, the character of Satan also became prominent in Islam. Here, the term Satan becomes shaitan, which can be used to refer to the devil, but also to demonic evil forces more generally. Instead, the more personal name of Satan in Islam is Iblis, and he is a similarly important figure in this religion. But like we said, while we do find the character of Satan, at least we can see the development of the character of Satan throughout history, we don't find much in terms of people who actually identify as Satanists or who seem to be Satanists. The only times that we find people being called Satanists is when the church is labeling what they see as heretic groups as being Satanists, using this as a sort of name for the heretics to condemn them. For example, the Cathar movement in southern France in the 12th to 13th centuries was accused of being Satanist. And indeed, Satan did play an important role in their theology. Probably strongly influenced by the dualism of the ancient Gnostics, the Cathars taught that the physical world was actually a prison created by the devil, which needed to be escaped to reach the real God. The world is a battlefield between the forces of good and evil. But clearly, the Cathars did the opposite of worshipping the devil, as he represents the very thing that they aim to turn away from. So to call them Satanists doesn't really work, right? Nonetheless, that's what they were called by some in the Catholic Church. The idea of Satan and his influence on people and society became even more prominent in the early modern period, which we see clearly in the phenomenon known as the witch hunts, which lasted from the 15th to basically the 18th century, where an unspeakable amount of women were tried and executed, suspected of being witches and thereby being in cahoots with the devil. In the Malleus Maleficarum, a central text for the justification and spread of the witch trials, new kinds of diabology and demonology were presented. It bears mentioning that the arguments and worldview presented in the Malleus Maleficarum was usually pretty heterodox and ran counter to the official teachings of the church, but it still proved quite influential in some circles. Here, the devil becomes more emphasized as a worker of material, physical evil, rather than being an interior inspirer of sin and evil behavior in human beings, which was the way that the devil was conceived before, right? He's the whisperer that leads to humans doing bad things. In the early modern period, through the influence of things like the Malleus Maleficarum, the devil was able to physically create evil in the world in different ways. Witches, according to this text, have made a pact with the devil and worked together with him to evil in the world. It was even conceived that the witches had, let's call it, naughty relationships with Satan. In the text, it says, "The witch has offered herself completely and has bound herself to the devil really and in truth, and not fantastically and in the imagination only. And thus it ought to be understood that she cooperates with the devil in body and in truth, for all works of witches are to this end, whether they always carry out their witchcraft through the pact, or through a glance, or through the spoken word, or through the operation of some instrument of witchcraft deposited under the threshold of a house." In Islam, while this kind of approach hasn't been as common, we do see similar examples. For instance, the Yazidis have been accused of being devil worshippers by some Muslims due to the prominence of the angel called Melek Taus in their religion, which is connected, at least by Muslims, to the devil due to having a similar backstory to Iblis in the Quran. So in short, the category of Satanists and Satanism has, throughout most of history, served simply as a weapon by those wishing to accuse others of being heretics, wishing to condemn others. It is used, is weaponized, is a weaponized term in the sense. You call the other Satanist. And we don't find any examples in history of people actually self-identifying as Satanists or that somehow worship the devil, right? There's really no evidence for this. Instead, if we're looking for people who actually do self-identify as Satanists, or at least reinterpret the figure of Satan in a more positive light, as a prominent aspect of their worldview, this doesn't really appear until the 19th century. So in some ways, we might be able to say that Satanism, in that sense, is actually born in the modern period, specifically in the 19th century. In order to find out more about this topic, I spoke with Dr. Per Faxneld, an associate professor at Södertörn University in Stockholm, who's an expert on all things occult and esoteric, including Satanism.
I would say we probably have to go back a century or so to the Romantic period, where you have Romantic poets like Byron and Shelley, who were both politically radical, and they were using the devil as a positive symbol of rebellion against authority, specifically, of course, religious authority, but also absolute monarchy. And in a metaphorical sense, for them, God was the ultimate monarch, in a way. And this, in turn, is something that they picked up from John Milton from his epic Paradise Lost, where Milton probably didn't quite intend for people to read it the way Romantics did. But in their understanding of Milton's Satan, Satan became the ultimate rebel, a symbol of just rebellion.
And this kind of attitude can only really appear in a post-Enlightenment, increasingly secularizing society. Per Faxneld and Johan Nilsson wrote, "Naturally, Satanism as an open identity only became possible in a time when Christianity's hold on legal systems and social norms had weakened. In that sense, Satanism is a direct product of secularization, understood primarily as the severing of ties between state/public sphere and religion. It can, on the other hand, also be said to exist in the field of tension between secularity and religiosity, as some forms of it that were geared toward combating Christian influence would be irrelevant in a hypothetical, completely secular society. In some ways, he is the antithesis of the church, the actual opposer of religious dogma. In a time when many were moving away from the strict moralism of Christianity, Satan was the perfect counterpoint to that, a symbol of hedonism and individualism, without any of these thinkers actually worshipping Satan or even believing that he is a real entity. The famous Freemason Albert Pike wrote that, quote, "Satan is not a black god, but the negation of God. The devil is the personification of atheism or idolatry. For the initiates, this is not a person, but a force created for good, which may serve for evil. It is the instrument of liberty or free will. But around the same time, the figure of Satan also becomes very popular in the emerging movements of occultism and Western esotericism, movements that were increasing in popularity by the second half of the 19th century. Most famously, perhaps, is the Theosophical Society, a movement that sought to find the common perennial esoteric core of all the world's religious and philosophical traditions. The movement's primary founder, Helena Blavatsky, wrote in her works like Isis Unveiled and The Secret Doctrine about Satan, giving entirely new esoteric interpretations of some of the prominent biblical stories. Probably inspired by the ancient Gnostics, Blavatsky interprets the story about the fall in the book of Genesis as a positive one. The serpent, or Satan, by having Eve and Adam eat from the tree of knowledge, actually gives them access to gnosis, true knowledge, and is an important starting point for our initiation into esoteric wisdom. In the dualistic system of the ancient Gnostics, which we covered very briefly before, this interpretation does make sense, since the creator of the physical world and the God described in the Hebrew Bible is the evil, ignorant Yaldabaoth, who has imprisoned us in this world. The serpent here becomes a messenger from the true God, who helps Adam and Eve retain a certain spark of the spiritual, true, divine world. Right? So it turns the story of Genesis completely on its head. Blavatsky's interpretation seems slightly different, but retains the essential message of Satan as a positive, heroic figure that helps humankind. Even so, her understanding of Satan is not an actual external being that exists, but as a kind of allegorical symbol for different aspects of our inner life. She says, Satan, or the red fire dragon, the lord of phosphorus and Lucifer, or light bearer, is in us. It is our mind, our tempter and redeemer, our intelligent liberator and savior from pure animalism. Now, there had been some unique interpretations of Satan in the Islamic world too throughout history, and especially among the Sufis. In Islam, the origin story of Satan is that he, along with the angels, when God creates Adam, the first human being, he asks all the people of heaven, the angels, to bow before Adam. And they all do except for Iblis, right? Satan, the devil. He refuses to bow before Adam because he thinks himself better, basically. He becomes arrogant. And because of this, God punishes him and condemns him, sends him down to become Satan as we know him, right? But to certain Sufi writers like Al-Halaj or Ibn al-Qudat al-Hamadani, there was an interesting twist to this story. They argued that Satan was in fact the most devoted monotheist of all the inhabitants of heaven. He didn't want to prostrate before anyone but God, remaining devoted to God only. He thus becomes almost like a monotheistic hero in these accounts, although they importantly add the detail that he still had a certain arrogance in his devotion, leading him to disobey God, which still resulted in him being cast down. So they're not painting him as an actual good character necessarily, but as I mentioned in my video about Halaj, they add this interesting sort of spicy flavor to the story, where simultaneously he's also the most devoted monotheist because he refuses to bow to Adam. But Blavatsky's arguments are obviously quite different from this, and in some ways even more radical. Her interpretations, as well as the general social and political roles that Satan played, also played a major part in early feminism. This is what Dr. Foxnell wrote his PhD dissertation about, and which he has studied extensively.
In this book, what I look at is how these ideas that first appeared in Romanticism and socialism soon were picked up by feminists who identified Christianity as one of the supporting pillars of patriarchy, where God was the father, and his male priests were suppressing women in various ways. And of course, it makes sense if you have that take on things to look at God's adversary, the devil, as a potential ally. But not only did it make sense like that, it was also, of course, a very drastic polemical move. So they wanted to provoke people. They wanted to, get people's attention, and in a way, it was effective. On the other hand, and that's sort of the sad end of this story, it wasn't really that well suited for political feminism, for feminists who actually wanted to gain broad support, for example, for women attaining the vote. So this satanic polemic had to be scrapped in the end because it was just too provocative.
Now, as part of this wider movement, the early feminists also reinterpreted certain stories of the Bible in similar ways to the occultists at that time. For instance, they basically adopted the same reinterpretation of the story of the serpent in Genesis as a bringer of freedom and liberation.
So one of the reasons why these feminists picked up on that story in particular would have been that it was being employed at this time by anti-feminists. So, for example, male doctors would use it to justify not giving pain relief to women when they were giving birth, due to giving birth in pain being a punishment from God for accepting the forbidden fruit from the devil. And historically, the story had been used to explain why women were more prone to be witches, for example. So it had a long history of very destructive patriarchal use. So it was only natural, I guess, that these feminists would choose that story and turn it on its head. There are other reasons as well. For example, that there was an esoteric influence on this feminist movement from theosophy. And theosophy had this Gnostic strand where they had picked up the notion from ancient Gnosticism that the serpent was in fact a benevolent bringer of gnosis rather than an evil creature.
These thinkers and writings solidified Satan in a completely new way as a symbol for countercultural movements, both political and religious. And this was something that was pretty much unheard of historically, where Satan in Christianity had basically only been associated with evil. Right? He is the representation of the very opposite of good, of God. And all this would pave the way for even more pronounced and self-identified forms of Satanisms to appear in the 20th century. It is with figures like Stanislav Przybyszewski and Ben Kadosh or Carl Wilhelm Hansen that we see the first examples of people who identified as Satanist or as Luciferian, and who placed a positive or revised view of Satan at the very core of their ideas. This was, of course, inspired by the developments and writings previously mentioned, but took on a more explicit sort of form here. Przybyszewski presents in his De Synagoge des Satan an almost Gnostic-like dualist worldview, where the evil God, or Satan, is the creator of the material world, as well as the symbol and originator of intellectual thought, freedom, and investigation. The good God is the creator of these spiritual, immaterial aspects and is identified with the God of Christianity, who asks his followers to give up their individuality and freedom to become poor in spirit in service of him. Unlike the Gnostic movements like the Cathars, it is the devil who here is the God to actually be followed, rather than the restrictive God followed by Christianity. Ben Kadosh is also a significant figure who self-identified as a Luciferian and seems to have tried to actually create an occult group that focused on the worship of Satan. In his system, Satan or Lucifer had been misunderstood historically and could be identified with certain pre-Christian pagan deities, primarily the god Pan. In his famous work called the Ny Morgens Gry, Dawn of the New Morning, he lays down his interpretations pretty clearly. He says, thus, Lucifer in his entirety is a reality and no illusion, and to worship him, the hunted wolf, is proper. This little book, handed over to the judgment of its readers, will do its part in order for him, the persecuted, to regain his lost original standing. In both of these thinkers, Satan also becomes strongly associated with fertility and the pleasures and creativity of materiality. Here, we see the emergence of depictions of Satan with phallic symbolism, which is quite common still today. While very influential on later Satanism, none of these thinkers just mentioned actually created a fraternity or group that would survive, at least for long, after their own lifetime. For an example of the first organized satanic church, or self-proclaimed Satanist movement as such, we have to move all the way to the 1960s, and the very famous activities of Anton LaVey, founder of the Church of Satan. LaVey is a very interesting character in the 20th century. He grew up in Los Angeles, but eventually moved to San Francisco. Throughout his life, he was always interested in the occult, studying old grimoires, magic, and things like hypnotism. He claimed to be a circus lion tamer, a hypnotist, artist, musician, and much else. He also claimed to have worked as a crime scene photographer for the San Francisco Police Department, where he naturally had to witness some truly gruesome scenes of murders, dead bodies, and other horrors that strengthened his convictions as an atheist. To him, no good God could ever allow such terrible things. Eventually, in the late 1960s, amid the many countercultural movements that appeared at that time, he founded the Church of Satan, perhaps the clearest example thus far of an organized, self-identified form of Satanism, with certain principles, rituals, and an inner hierarchy. LaVey was a very eccentric and charismatic person in himself, dressing in unusual ways, living in an all-black Victorian home, and his brand of Satanism would become very influential. LaVeyan Satanism is essentially atheistic. They do not believe in the reality of an actual entity called Satan, and they naturally don't worship such an entity then. Instead, just like in many earlier reinterpretations of Satan in the 19th century, the devil is here a kind of symbol, a symbol of rebellion, of humanity and rationality, consciously precisely in opposition to religion and its restrictive and moralistic rules and teachings. There is no God, and religion goes against our natural human nature. It restricts us from living our natural life and taking part in the pleasures and experiences of the body. LaVey wrote, quote, "There is no God. There is no supreme, all-powerful deity in the heavens that cares about the lives of human beings. Man is the only God. Man must be taught to answer to himself and other men for his actions." LaVey Satanism teaches that we shouldn't look to some higher power for solutions to our problems or to blame for our misfortunes. Instead, we need to take personal responsibility for our lives. In a way, it's a kind of worship of the human being itself in all its bodily features. We should enjoy life and its pleasures without guilt as long as we don't hurt other people. The scholar Simony Holt says, LaVey proposes Satanism as a religion that centralizes one's own ego, wherein one's natural desires and emotions are not suppressed, but exalted as a primary goal for Satanists. That is, the ideal Satanist seeks to fulfill personal goals professionally, personally, financially, without shame or apology. Embedded in this is also kind of social progressivism, because we should not be ashamed of any of our desires and wants, even if those happen to be that we are gay or bi or whatever preferences we may have. In every way, LaVeyan Satanism is thus a kind of anti-religion, although specifically aimed at Christianity, perhaps, a critique and rebellion against everything that religion/Christianity stands for, at least according to them. And the mythology and symbolism of Satan and the occult is used as a provocation against that, an important aspect of the aesthetic presentation of the movement without ever claiming that the devil is a real entity. Although it should be pointed out that there have been some within the movement that lean toward a more theistic interpretation, perhaps most prominently Michael Aquino, who left the church in the 70s over these disagreements to instead form a movement known as the Temple of Set, which has a much more theistic leaning in their form of Satanism. In his famous Satanic Bible, LaVey outlines the 9 satanic statements, which are the following. 1. Satan represents indulgence instead of abstinence. Satan represents vital existence instead of spiritual pipe dreams. Satan represents undefiled wisdom instead of hypocritical self-deceit. Satan represents kindness to those who deserve it instead of love wasted on ingrates. Satan represents vengeance instead of turning the other cheek. Satan represents responsibility to the responsible instead of concern for psychic vampires. Satan represents man as just another animal who, because of his divine spiritual and intellectual development, has become the most vicious animal of all. Satan represents all the so-called sins, as they all lead to physical, mental, or emotional gratification. Satan has been the best friend the church has ever had, as he has kept it in business all these years. There are also the so-called 11 satanic rules. 1. Do not give opinions or advice unless you are asked. Do not tell your troubles to others unless you are sure they want to hear them. When in another's home, show them respect or else do not go there. If a guest in your home annoys you, treat them cruelly and without mercy. Do not make advances unless you are given the mating signal. Do not take that which does not belong to you unless it is a burden to the other person and they cry out to be relieved. Acknowledge the power of magic if you have employed it successfully to obtain your desires. If you deny the power of magic after having called upon it with success, you will lose all you have obtained. Do not complain about anything to which you need not subject yourself. Do not harm little children. Do not kill non-human animals unless you are attacked or for your food. When walking in open territory, bother no one. If someone bothers you, ask him to stop. If he does not stop, destroy him. As you can tell, many of these points and rules have a kind of comical, humorous tone to them. And this is a prominent aspect of LaVeyan Satanism and a lot of other forms of Satanism too. Because the whole movement is sort of in opposition to Christianity, it uses sometimes humor and sort of hyperbolical expressions in this sort of anti-religion, in a sense. And in this way, the aesthetics, the symbols, the language of Satanism, which is very theatrical, very colorful, and uses all these, sometimes humorous, sometimes not, but these, again, these aesthetics and these symbols and words, there's a point to all that, and that becomes especially clear in the actual rituals of the Church of Satan.
So Anton LaVey's take on ritual is that it's psychodrama. It can affect change in people through, of course, psychological means. So there's nothing necessarily supernatural going on most of the time.
Okay.
So there's an ambiguity there as well, where LaVey would sometimes speak of like tapping into a dark force in nature and things like that. And he was fond of making references to having, affected something supernatural at times. But it's a bit difficult to tell how serious he was about these things. For example, he could talk about causing an earthquake by playing his organ, or cutting something from a newspaper and then cutting off someone's head, and then that person died in a car accident where his head was cut off. That sort of thing. But as a whole, Anton LaVey's take on ritual is that it's psychodrama. So it's something that you stage to have the appropriate effect on yourself, and it's very much centered on the self at all times. So sort of the effect that you want is modifying something in your own behavior. So it's very much sort of in tune with the pop psychology of the time, but with this sort of Halloween-y framework around it.
Often when talking about Satanism, people will divide it into two camps: atheistic Satanism and theistic Satanism. Anton LaVey and the Church of Satan is an example of the former category of atheistic Satanism, where the devil is an important symbol, but isn't worshipped or even believed in as a real entity. This is by far the overwhelmingly most popular and widespread form of Satanism, and is not exclusive to the Church of Satan, but also many other contemporary Satanistic groups most of them are atheistic. On the other hand, theistic Satanism denotes the opposite. These are people who actually believe in Satan as a real spiritual being toward whom worship or reverence is directed. This is definitely a more marginal category, and furthermore, this wider division is quite generalizing, as I'm sure you can see. We saw the Temple of Set and Michael Aquino as one example of such a theistic Satanism, but another example of a more explicit theistic Satanism can be seen in the early black metal movement, especially in the early 90s and in Scandinavia. Bands like the Norwegian Mayhem and its lead figure, Euronymous, drew heavily on satanic symbolism and imagery that had been quite common in certain earlier metal scenes, but here they took it even further. It wasn't just an aesthetic element of their image, but seemed to have been a very real conviction, where Satan as a force of evil was worshipped, and the music was only a kind of extension of that. It's also true that several crimes and acts of violence were connected with these groups, including the burning of several churches in Norway and even a few murders. And we have to be careful when we talk about this, though, because this was the time of the Satanic Panic, where claims of satanic rituals and satanic murders were widespread. People were panicking over these, especially in North America and also in Europe to some degree. And this led to a lot of problems in the other direction, right? People who were falsely accused of doing these things, when in most cases there was no substantiating evidence for any of this, right? So we see in the black metal scene, for example, there are some examples of theistic Satanists who even committed acts of violence like burning churches. But with that said, we always have to be careful not to fall into the trap of sort of putting fuel to the fire of the Satanic Panic, which in itself was, of course, very destructive. We must remember that even though there are cases like certain pockets of the black metal movement in the early 90s, this does not represent the vast majority of even self-proclaimed Satanists, even theistic Satanists. Indeed, even within the category of theistic Satanism, these cases are quite unique and very uncommon in the sense that they explicitly worship Satan as a representation of evil, thus in a way affirming the Christian interpretation of the devil, only directing worship to him instead of God. These black metal figures thus formulated their brand of Satanism not only in opposition to Christianity, but also in direct opposition to LaVeyan Satanism. But this is not the case for most other forms of theistic Satanism. Indeed, the more common way that this works is that this involves a reinterpretation of the character of Satan. We saw some examples of this in the early 20th century with people like Ben Kadosh and Przybylszewski, where the Satan that is indeed worshipped isn't the personification of evil. Instead, in these cases, the devil is reinterpreted to have been misunderstood throughout history, to represent older pagan deities or as a spiritual being that brings light and knowledge, gnosis. Important for this is that other common name for Satan, Lucifer, meaning the morning star or light bringer. So in these forms of theistic Satanism, one worships Satan or Lucifer, but this is a Satan that is understood very differently from the common Christian narrative. And indeed, it's also quite common to see today that there is a distinction between Satanism and Luciferianism, basically almost as two distinct religions altogether. We do find some early examples of writers in the 19th and 20th century making a kind of distinction between Satan and Lucifer as essentially two different characters. Ben Kadosh seems to be making such a distinction in the Neo-Morgens Gry, and the Process Church of the Final Judgment in the 1960s and 70s as a theology that clearly distinguishes between Satan, Lucifer, Christ, and Jehovah as all being distinct spiritual principles. And in the writings of Leo Taxil, he does make a distinction in his presentation of Freemasonry that there is a Satanism and a Luciferianism within the movement that are different, where the former is definitely worse than the latter. But Taxil's entire writing project was later revealed to be a hoax. He had pretended to become Catholic and to write ridiculous things about Freemasonry in order to not only discredit the latter, but also to highlight the irrationality of the Catholics in their response to his writings. Still, the claims made by Taxil still sometimes show up as basis for critiques of Freemasonry and occultism today, despite their self-professed fraudulent nature.
There are some groups that would make a distinction between the two. And you could say that with Luciferianism in general, it's a bit more focused on perhaps the devil's connection to Enlightenment ideals, the devil as a bringer of gnosis and spiritual insight, as opposed to perhaps the embrace of the more demonic and chthonic sides of the figure in other contexts. Another category that you sometimes see would be devil worshippers, where some of the people in the black metal scene would perhaps use that as a self-designation. Like, I'm a devil worshipper, but it's also been used in a somewhat pejorative sense by LaVeyan Satanists to distinguish what they think is the one true Satanism from something that's perhaps a more primitive system of thought, devil worship.
In today's world, there are thus many different kinds of Satanism, and self-identifying as Satanists appear to be more popular than it has ever been. Many of the movements that we have been discussing so far are still to some degree alive today, but there also appeared significant new ones in the last decade or so. The most prominent example in recent years is, of course, the Satanic Temple, founded in 2013 by Malcolm Jari and Lucian Greaves, who has become the spokesperson and forward-facing leader of the movement. In some ways, the Satanic Temple is similar in approach to LaVey's Church of Satan, both holding to the atheistic interpretation of Satan as a, quote, cultural and religious symbol of rebellion, freedom, and independence. Unlike the Church of Satan, though, the Temple of Satan do not interpret the character as a symbol for earthly pleasure and satisfying the individual ego. Instead, the Satanic Temple is much more activist and political in nature. Theirs is a strongly anti-oppressive and feminist message where the imagery of Satanism is used in rebellion against patriarchy and oppression, instead championing ideals like social justice, rationalism, and religious skepticism, the separation of church and state, and the right of individuals to have autonomy over their own bodies. In fact, the strong feminist nature of the movement is strengthened by the fact that it appears to be dominated by women in terms of adherents, something that has not been the case for earlier forms of Satanism. The Satanic Temple is thus also very critical of things like Christian nationalism and the forms of Christianity that represent the opposite of what they stand for. For example, the anti-LGBTQ+ stances of a lot of evangelical churches. Some have even considered the Satanic Temple to be a kind of public performance of satire, right? Because it exists so fundamentally just in opposition to things like Christian nationalism. The leaders of the movement have insisted that it is a serious movement, but there's no denying that that satire is sort of part of their whole deal, right? This has become very apparent through its various forms of public protest or campaigns that receive quite a lot of media attention. For example, in 2014, the state of Oklahoma approved the erecting of a monument to the Ten Commandments outside the Oklahoma state capitol. To many, including the members of the Satanic Temple, this was a violation of secularism and the separation of church and state. So instead, they launched a campaign to also erect a statue of Baphomet, a goat deity figure associated with Satan and Satanism generally. They argued that if the state was truly secular, then a statue of Baphomet is just as legitimate as one of the Ten Commandments. The Satanic Temple has also protested in favor of abortion rights and other stances often associated with the political left. Now, similar to the Church of Satan, they too have a kind of list of principles or fundamental tenets, which are the following. Number one should strive to act with compassion and empathy toward all creatures in accordance with reason. The struggle for justice is an ongoing and necessary pursuit that should prevail over laws and institutions. One's body is inviolable, subject to one's own will alone. The freedoms of others should be respected, including the freedom to offend. To willfully and unjustly encroach upon the freedoms of another is to forego one's own. Beliefs should conform to one's best scientific understanding of the world. One should take care never to distort scientific facts to fit one's beliefs. People are fallible. If one makes a mistake, one should do one's best to rectify it and resolve any harm that might have been caused. Every tenet is a guiding principle designed to inspire nobility in action and thought. The spirit of compassion, wisdom, and justice should always prevail over the written or spoken word. While it draws on earlier developments from the last 2 centuries, as we've explored in this episode, the Satanic Temple is very significant because it appears to be the most successful satanic movement in all of history, with some estimates showing that there are over 50,000 adherents. So it's safe to say that this is a story that will continue to develop. The word Satanism is thus one that is hard to define or pin down precisely. It's been used in many different ways, historically, both politically, religiously, and literary, right? If we understand it more broadly, it's a term that's been used historically primarily by the church to condemn heretics. It's a term that's been weaponized to apply to the other. But in the modern world, it can be used to denote something a bit more specific and more self-identified. These systems and movements that we can call Satanism can be more or less organized from the occult and esoteric writings of Blavatsky and Przybylszewski to the highly organized Church of Satan. It can be atheistic, where Satan represents rebellion, nonconformity, and freedom, or it can be theistic, where an actual spiritual being called Satan or Lucifer is worshipped, sometimes as a deeply reinterpreted esoteric or divine figure. Satan has been and remains a deeply provocative character, and has thus played a major role in social and political movements. And interestingly, we can see that he can become a symbolic figurehead for widely different, sometimes polar opposing ideologies, from the far-right tendencies of the Order of Nine Angels or some aspects of the black metal communities of the 90s, to much more progressive and left-leaning groups like the Church of Satan, or especially the Satanic Temple in the modern world. It is safe to say thus that this is, as always, a very complicated topic, but still one that is incredibly relevant for understanding modern discussions about religion, belief, and identity today. This has been another episode in the wider Spooky Tube, perhaps collaboration that we're doing here in the spooky season. Me, Justin Sledge, Dr. Justin Sledge from Esoterica, and Dr. Angela Puka from Angela Symposium. So if you haven't already, then first of all, go subscribe to them, but also go check out all the spooky content that they've been posting this month, along with myself. This, as always, is such a fun season, and I just love bringing you these episodes about these more dark topics. It really it fits so well into the mood, and I hope you enjoy it as much as I enjoy making them. Thank you so much for watching this video and this year's Shocktober videos. You can find me and my work here and on my other channel, Feel the Poem, which is primarily dedicated to music. You can find me also on my socials if you're interested in following me. By the time I release this episode, it's probably going to be Halloween, either maybe today or at least very soon. So I hope whatever tradition it is that you follow, whether it's you're going to be celebrating Halloween and just eating candy and watching horror movies, I hope you have a wonderful Halloween. If you celebrate Samhain, I hope that is very beautiful and meaningful for you. Or if it's a regular day, just like any other, I hope you have a wonderful day. And with that, I wish you a happy Halloween, and I will see you next time.
Cheers to the people who did wake up and activate and become peers in the great work. Nothing but admiration and thanks. And this forced shadow work has not been for you. It has been for those who did not respond to the fucking call of freedom. And you guys already know that. I don't even need to repeat that. But I will say with my Vienna lager here, cheers to the people who really did the great work. The ones who really activated, the ones who spoke out, the ones who put the message of freedom publicly out into the world through the creation, the creative expression that came from within themselves to publish and communicate it to those in need of that knowledge. You're my brothers and sisters, and you're my peers in the great work, and thank you.